Chapter 977, No Rush, Let It Roam Around a Little Longer. The four grandmasters were in a daze when they saw the huge hole in the roof. This weapon seemed a little fierce. It rushed out before they had the time to open the dome. Wang Teng felt a little awkward. After all, he had forged this baby and it smashed a hole in the Secondary Career Alliance's roof instantly. Would they ask him to pay for the damage? The loud commotion attracted the attention of the people outside the assessment room. They pushed the door and entered, only to see Wang Teng and the four grandmasters staring at the sky. They looked up and were stunned. How was this big hole formed? Cough, it's got nothing to do with me. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He said in a guilty tone, Grandmaster Mo De, you saw it. I'm innocent. Two Grandmaster Mo De and the other grandmasters were caught between laughter and tears. Wang Teng was skilled in pushing the blame. Grandmaster Wang Teng, your lightning slap will be going through the lightning calamity soon. You should take a look, Grandmaster Jiao Gaofeng reminded him quickly. He paused for a second when saying the name because he didn't know if it should still be called the lightning slap. No rush, let it roam around a little longer. Wang Teng stared at the sky and said calmly with a smile. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Let it roam around a little longer? People might think you are referring to a husky. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you should take a look. As a new weapon, it won't be able to withstand the destruction from the lightning calamity, Grandmaster Bok said with a forced smile. You don't believe me? Wang Teng glanced at them strangely. Everyone shook their heads spontaneously. Who would? They had never heard of a new Grandmaster-level weapon that could withstand the lightning calamity alone. That was bullshit. Grandmaster Wang Teng, don't joke with us. You worked hard to craft this weapon. Take a look at it quickly or your efforts might be wasted, Grandmaster Alfred said. Let's go out together. Wang Teng laughed. He flew into the air without explaining himself. The others followed him. They wanted to know what weapon Wang Teng had forged. Hence, all the grandmasters flew out of the dome and came outside. The people outside had already noticed the strange occurrence in the sky. Those walking to and fro in the Secondary Career Alliance stopped in their tracks and looked up. Some even dashed out of the building. The people nearby were attracted too. Soon, a crowd had gathered. Many of them had seen the lightning calamity in the morning. They didn't expect to see another one before the day ended. Normally, they would only see a lightning calamity every half a year. When did it become so common? They wondered which Grandmaster was it this time. Soon, they saw a rectangular brick flying in the air. It floated in the purple-golden pillar of light, causing the forces around it to tremble as if there was an earthquake. What's that? A brick? Did I see wrong? Why is it a brick? The brick must be its disguise. It hasn't revealed its true appearance yet. That's right. Who will make a brick for no reason? The crowd chatted among themselves. They were surprised when they saw the brick, but they soon made all kinds of guesses in their minds. No one felt that it was just purely a brick. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared in the sky and attracted the crowd's attention. Isn't he the Grandmaster Alchemist from the morning? Why is he beside the weapon? Oh my, did he craft this weapon? I don't think so. This might be just a coincidence. He's just coming out to take a look. Look, he's not moving. If he made it, he wouldn't leave it by itself. You're right. There are many other grandmasters beside him. That Grandmaster Hua Yuan is an alchemist. I have met him once. Grandmaster Alfred is here too. He's a rune Grandmaster. They're all here to watch the show. The people below were in an uproar. Many of them recognized Wang Teng as the Grandmaster Alchemist in the morning and started to make their own guesses. Since he was the first to appear, the majority of the people felt that he was the creator of the lightning slap. However, Wang Teng acted like a spectator with numerous other grandmasters standing beside him. Hence, they didn't think too much and threw this thought out of their mind. After all, a Grandmaster Alchemist couldn't become a Grandmaster Blacksmith, right? Boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds started churning. Silver-white lightning slashed through the clouds as thunder echoed in the sky. The lightning calamity is here. Where is the blacksmith? Why hasn't he appeared? Everyone stared at the dark clouds grimly. They were confused. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot down without any warning. Since there was no one there to stop it, the silver-white lightning bolt landed directly on the lightning slap. Everyone's heart stopped beating simultaneously. No one came out to protect the brick. Is the blacksmith going to let the weapon undergo the tribulation alone? Which Grandmaster blacksmith is so heartless? Isn't he afraid of damaging his treasure? Grandmaster Moder and the others were filled with apprehension. They were afraid that the bolt of lightning would turn this lightning slap into scrap. They watched Wang Ting forge this lightning slap, but right at the end, they still had to withstand this torture. When the bolt of lightning struck the lightning slap, countless sparks flashed around it, giving off loud crackling sounds. The sparks spread out like tiny silver snakes, covering the entire sky in an instant. It was terrifying. The lightning slap was swallowed by the bolt of lightning. Only a patch of white pointed to its location. Boom! This wasn't the end. The second bolt of lightning came and slammed into the lightning slap. The white light grew brighter. It was so glaring that no one could look straight at it. Endless lightning force surged towards the lightning slap. The impact and destruction it caused were frightening. A normal weapon might have already been destroyed if they suffered this crushing blow. But through his eyes of essence, Wang Ting could see that the lightning slap was absorbing the lightning force. As the lightning force swarmed into the weapon, the patterns on the surface of the lightning slap grew deeper. It looked even more magical. Boom! The third lightning had arrived. It was 3 times thicker than the first 2. Wang Ting didn't move. He watched the lightning slam into the lightning slap with a calm expression as if an unimportant thing was suffering this lightning calamity. Chapter 978, Uproar in the Great Qian City. 1. Boom! The third bolt of lightning finally landed, devouring the entire lightning slap. From afar, one could only see a ball of dazzling lightning glow. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. They didn't know why the Grandmaster blacksmith didn't act. All of them tensed up. This was already the third bolt. They wondered if the weapon could withstand it. It felt unlikely, but many people still had hope. They stared at the sky, waiting for the final result. Grandmaster Moder looked grave. His knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists. Then, he turned and saw Wang Ting's calm expression. He felt his head hurt. Grandmaster Wang Ting, aren't you worried? Grandmaster Moder couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. I'm confident in my lightning slap. Wang Ting placed his hands behind his back and replied with a calm smile. Grandmaster Moder wanted to know where he got his confidence from. I forged it, so it's definitely extraordinary, Wang Ting added. Everyone felt the corners of their lips twitching. They almost burst out cursing. Was this the time to put on an act? Good luck, Grandmaster Wang Ting. Look! Grandmaster Harrell suddenly screamed in shock. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction Grandmaster Harrell was pointing. The dark clouds didn't dissipate. Instead, they got darker and denser. They seemed to be just inches away from everyone's head. Numerous bolts of lightning danced in the sky like dragons swimming in a pitch-black sea. They tore the dark clouds into different patches. This isn't right. The lightning slap is a third-rank Grandmaster level weapon. Why are there 4 bolts of lightning? Grandmaster Moder was appalled as he exclaimed in disbelief. This isn't right. This isn't right. 3 and 4 lightning bolts are different. Once you exceed 3 lightning calamities, the weapon will be of a different level. This won't happen easily. Both the material and the smithery skill must reach a sufficient height for one to reach this level. What's going on? Grandmaster Jiao Gaofeng muttered in bewilderment. The dark clouds show no sign of dispersing. The 4th bolt of lightning is dawning, Grandmaster Boke said in a low voice. The 4th bolt of calamity lightning? Wang Ting was surprised too. He didn't think that a small change would result in such a big effect in the lightning slap. Was this a pleasant surprise? Grandmaster Wang Ting, did you do something to the lightning slap? Grandmaster Moder suddenly turned his head and asked with an intense gaze. The other people looked at him too. especially Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters who knew how perverted Wang Teng was. Whether it was the scary speed of carving or the ability to make 3 100% efficacy dans in a single try, Wang Teng had accomplished things no ordinary person could. In summary, he was related to everything abnormal. This fellow never played by the book. Cough, don't look at me like that. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He placed his thumb and forefinger close to each other and said, I only made a small change. Silence. To hell with just a small change. Why did it cause such a great commotion if it was just a small change? Who would believe you? The fourth lightning calamity is here. Do you think this is a joke? Everyone felt speechless and helpless. They had to suffer mental torture every time they interacted with Grandmaster Wang Ting. Their fragile hearts couldn't endure it. He was toying with them. Grandmaster Wang Ting, what changes did you make? Grandmaster Mo De took a deep breath and asked curiously. I added a small calamity lightning. Wang Teng didn't hide the truth. Added a small calamity lightning? Everyone was stunned. Could you add this thing randomly? Wait, calamity lightning? Did I hear it right? That calamity lightning? Grandmaster Mo De regained his senses and pointed at the bolts of lightning wreaking havoc in the sky. Wang Teng nodded. Oh, a strange atmosphere loomed over everyone. How did you do it? Grandmaster Boke stuttered. It was understandable why he lost his composure. This piece of news was too astonishing. That was calamity lightning. Others couldn't wait to stay away from it, but Wang Ting wanted to get it. He even succeeded. Unbelievable. Oh, I took a strand of it when I was resisting the lightning calamity for the 9-essence soul congealing pill in the morning, Wang Teng replied calmly. No one knew what to say. That sounded quite casual. Are you serious? You had the time to take a strand of it when you were tackling the lightning calamity? Indeed, Wang Teng wasn't just powerful. He was also bold. He dared to get hold of the calamity lightning. Wasn't he afraid of playing with fire? No one probed further. This was enough. How he did it was his personal secret. They wouldn't ask for the details. Everyone suppressed the astonishment in their hearts and stared at the sky. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar cut through the dark clouds and struck down. Everyone widened their eyes when they saw the lightning. They were flabbergasted. Chapter 979, Uproar in the Great Qian City. 2. The fourth bolt of lightning was a little too powerful. Wang Ting also detected the power of this calamity lightning. At the same time, he knew that his lightning slap wouldn't be able to withstand the damage. Immediately, he disappeared on the spot and shot towards the thick pillar of lightning. Ancient God's body. As he dashed out, he activated his ancient God's body and boundless strength flooded cells. Blood gushed around like lava while an occult golden rune appeared on his forehead. Fourth level strength of Ultima. Wang Ting knew that he mustn't underestimate the power of this bolt of lightning. Hence, he released 6 punches at once, releasing his 4th level strength of Ultima to its maximum. Multiple fist auras piled onto one another and formed a gigantic fist mark. It slammed heavily into the lightning pillar. Boom. Thunder clapped. There was a huge explosion, and frightening shockwaves swept through the sky, causing the air to tremble. The lightning pillar didn't disappear, but it grew thinner. It was less than half its original size. Wang Ting stopped punching. He shot to the side and allowed the remaining lightning pillar to land on the lightning slap. The lightning slap was still covered with lightning. When the lightning pillar landed on it, the glow became more dazzling. Everyone was staggered when they saw Wang Teng in action. Isn't that the Grandmaster Alchemist from the morning? Did he craft this weapon? Really? He's a Grandmaster Blacksmith and a Grandmaster Alchemist. Maybe Hez just helping a Grandmaster Blacksmith who saw how he dealt with the lightning calamity in the morning. Everyone started discussing uncontrollably. All kinds of guesses were thrown around. They thought that the weapon had nothing to do with Wang Teng, but when he acted, things started to get a little complicated. At this moment, the calamity seemed to have come to an end. The dark clouds calmed down and no thunder was heard again. Peace resumed in the sky. The force in the area stopped trembling too. Gradually, the dark clouds disappeared. The sky was bright and sunny again. This was a calamity. It came and went quickly, but the crowd didn't disperse. Everyone was staring at the weapon engulfed in lightning. This brick could withstand 5 strikes of lightning. What would it become in the end? Was it destroyed or did it survive? By right, a Grandmaster blacksmith wouldn't let his weapon suffer the lightning calamity on its own. No Grandmaster blacksmith was this stupid. Also, Wang Teng acted in the end. This meant that he still cared about his weapon. There was a reason for his negligence. Grandmaster Mo De and the other Grandmasters weren't stupid. They realized Wang Teng's purpose. He had instilled a tinge of calamity lightning in the weapon and allowed the lightning to strike it directly. He wanted the lightning slap to absorb the lightning force. From the looks of it, he was about to succeed. Grandmaster Mo De and the others suddenly got curious. What would the final lightning slap look like? Wang Teng was filled with anticipation too. He stared at the ball of lightning and waited patiently for the lightning slap to absorb all the calamity lightning. He wasn't in a hurry. He scanned the crowd and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped. Constellation Force, Lightning, *150 Constellation Force, Lightning, *200 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *35 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *30 Constellation Force, Lightning, *250. The attribute bubbles merged into his body. He received 800 points of Constellation Lightning Force and 65 points of Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning this time. The Constellation Lightning Force circled his body once before entering his lightning constellation, increasing his power. The Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning turned into a bolt of silver lightning and entered his consciousness. It laid there quietly. The original bolt of Calamity Lightning had been instilled into the lightning slap. This bolt was newly formed. Other people might not be willing to instill Calamity Lightning into a weapon after receiving it. However, Wang Teng didn't have such concerns. He used it whenever he wanted. This was why the lightning slap went through this ordeal. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. By the time he absorbed the attribute bubbles, the lightning slap had also completed its transformation. It turned back into a brick and floated silently in midair. The people below widened their eyes as they stared intently at the purple gold brick. They looked as if they wanted to see through the brick. However, that honestly seemed to be just a brick. There was nothing special about it. Was it just a brick and not some other weapon? This absurd thought appeared in everyone's minds. They didn't feel good. They felt that they should reconsider their perspective of the world. This was a brick. What was unique about it? Which Grandmaster blacksmith would make it? Did he have nothing better to do? Wang Teng didn't know about their thoughts. His eyes shone brightly when he saw the lightning slap. He reached out and beckoned the weapon over. The lightning slap flew toward him, landing on his palm. Grandmaster Mo De and the others hurried over and stared at the lightning slap. Grandmaster blacksmiths noticed different things compared to an ordinary martial warrior. There was astonishment in their eyes. The lightning energy in it is powerful, Grandmaster Mo De exclaimed in shock. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the lightning patterns on the weapon. The instant he touched them, a spark shot out from the lightning slap. Slash. Boom. Grandmaster Mo De's beard turned straight from the electrocution. He was stunned, looking a little funny. The people beside him were surprised too. They tried their best to suppress their laughter. The Grandmasters were able to control their expressions well. Unless, they really couldn't control it. Grandmaster Mo De's face turned black. Grandmaster Mo De, are you alright? Wang Teng asked in embarrassment. He didn't think that this would happen. Fine. Grandmaster Mo De waved his hand. He couldn't blame a brick, right? But this lightning slap seems even more extraordinary now after the calamity. Grandmaster Boke complimented. Indeed, this small spark almost burned me. This is a powerful weapon. Grandmaster Mo De regained his composure and nodded in agreement. His heart was still palpitating because of that spark. It would be terrifying if its entire potential was released. Haha, looks like the bet paid off. Wang Ting smiled happily. Everyone stared at him with a complicated expression when they heard him. Truthfully, altering a Grandmaster-level weapon wasn't an easy task. Wang Ting made it sound simple, but Grandmaster Mo De and the others could imagine the difficulty he had experienced. This wasn't an easy task that could be completed within a few seconds. Most importantly, Wang Ting succeeded. He modified a 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level weapon to the 4th-rank Grandmaster level. And it seemed more powerful than an ordinary 4th-rank Grandmaster-level weapon. Grandmaster Mo De knew that he couldn't replicate this. Grandmaster Wang Ting was skillful. The Grandmasters were entirely convinced after seeing Wang Ting's mastery. They started to feel respect and admiration towards this Grandmaster who was much younger than them. "Let's go back to the Alliance," Grandmaster Alfred suddenly said. "Oh right, let's go back first," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said hurriedly. No one objected. They crowded around Wang Ting and returned to the Alliance. An uproar erupted in the crowd. This Grandmaster-level weapon was made by the Grandmaster Alchemist in the morning. He was a Grandmaster Blacksmith too. This was unbelievable. As the Grandmasters left, the crowd below slowly dispersed. But discussions about Wang Ting never stopped. Many people had already started investigating him earlier. However, Wang Ting hadn't entered the Alliance yet, so there was very little information available. Outsiders weren't able to know anything. But with his additional Grandmaster Blacksmith title, his fame increased. More efforts were put in to investigate him. After some time, the news that a triple-field Grandmaster had joined the Secondary Career Alliance spread through the city like a tsunami. The entire city was in an uproar. Chapter 980. It's all luck. It has nothing to do with me. There would always be staff members in the Secondary Career Alliance who would have access to the assessment records. If someone really probed into this, they would be able to get some information. News spread naturally. However, there were not many who had seen Wang Ting's face. Besides a group of Grandmaster examiners, Fan Tining, and the others, no one knew he was the one with 3 Grandmaster titles. Wang Ting had also specifically told the Grandmasters not to reveal his identity for the time being. The Grandmasters were glad to fulfill a small request from him. That was why Wang Ting's name and appearance were kept secret by the Secondary Career Alliance and not leaked to the public. The Secondary Career Alliance could still guarantee something like that. However, the news of someone with 3 Grandmaster titles spread like wildfire across the streets in Great Chen City. There were even various versions of it being circulated around. For now, Wang Ting didn't know about that. He was busy completing the registration for the Secondary Career Alliance. The process was simple, but it required him to sign a contract. The contents of the contract were simple as well. There were no mandatory terms. There were only occasional exchange events where he would need to show up, and there were even various rewards and benefits for him. Wang Ting wanted them to give him more such opportunities. Besides that, joining the Secondary Career Alliance would also mean that he could have their protection. The combat power of an individual member was not high, and they were basically at a disadvantage when fighting martial warriors. That was why the Secondary Career Alliance was formed as a defense mechanism. The higher the level, the more valuable one was. Naturally, they would be better protected. Someone with 3 Grandmaster titles like Wang Ting was treated like a treasure by the Alliance and was highly regarded. Wang Ting finally heaved a sigh of relief after completing the Grandmaster assessments and joining the Secondary Career Alliance. Now, he had someone backing him. From Earth to the outer universe, he went from being a nobody from an undeveloped planet to someone who had 3 Grandmaster titles in the Great Qian Empire. Such a change of status was a big deal. An ordinary person would never have been able to achieve this in his lifetime. The Cao family wanted to oppress him with power. He would like to see who was afraid of who. After handling all the matters, the Grandmasters were happy for him. Grandmaster Alfred knew some things about Wang Ting and said, "Grandmaster Wang Ting, joining the Secondary Career Alliance has no other benefits, but we shield our members. I heard about your troubles from Fan Tining. Since you have now joined the Alliance, if there is anything that can't be solved, you can report it to the Alliance directly. Has Grandmaster Wang Ting encountered any trouble?" The other Grandmasters didn't know about his affairs and asked. Wang Ting didn't hide anything and explained briefly. Since they already knew who he was, they would know about it with a little investigation. He couldn't hide it anyway. After all, there was a lot of trouble in the noble family consultation chamber that day when he struck the bell. So that was it. Everyone was a little surprised. If you need any help, you can find me. I have some connections, Grandmaster Hua Yuan offered immediately. That's right, that's right. Old fellows like us have been in the business for half of our lifetimes. We would have some connections, Grandmaster Moda continued. All the Grandmasters expressed their willingness to help. They wanted to have a good relationship with someone who had 3 Grandmaster titles. They wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. They weren't afraid of the Cow family. As for the Parker's family, with so many of them working together, they wouldn't be in too much danger even though they weren't as powerful. On the contrary, if the Parkers offended so many Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance, they would be the ones in trouble. That was why the Grandmasters didn't have many concerns. Wang Ting was surprised by their reactions, but he didn't reject them. He nodded and smiled. Many thanks, fellow Grandmasters. You are welcome. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Wang Ting is too polite. Grandmaster Wang Ting, no need to be polite. We'll interact more in the future. The Grandmasters were quite glad. If Wang Ting rejected them, they wouldn't be feeling like this. Favors were inevitable and were bound to be exchanged. Helping Wang Ting would mean that he would lend a hand in the future. Offering help in times of trouble was better than the icing on a cake. Wang Ting had amazing potential, already holding 3 Grandmaster titles at such a young age. Even seniors like them who had spent their lifetimes in their fields would have to admire him. They wanted to develop a closer relationship with him. Grandmaster Wang Ting, where do you live? Do you need us to prepare a safe place for you? Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked passionately. I'm staying with Master Fan Taining in Great Chen City for the time being. It isn't that dangerous, Wang Teng replied. The Grandmasters glanced at Fan Taining and remembered that he was the one that brought Wang Teng here. You did well this time. Alfred patted Fan Taining's shoulder and chuckled. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Alfred, your disciple gave us a great gift. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. It's what I should do. Seeing that everyone had finally remembered him, Fan Taining almost burst into tears and sucked up to them. He had to. He was surrounded by Grandmasters, and as a mere rune master, he was not in a position to speak. It was all thanks to Master Wang Ting, no, Grandmaster Wang Ting, that they remembered his name. Grandmaster Wang Ting, do you need another place to stay? Fan Taining's place might be too small for you. Alfred asked and revealed his hand. My place is big enough and more comfortable. We can have a good chat when we are free. Fan Taining felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow as he looked at Grandmaster Alfred with resentment. Master, aren't you a bit too shameless to take him away from me? However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would be criticized. He might even be expelled by his master. Given his understanding of Alfred, it was something that his master could definitely do. Wang Teng was speechless. He realized that this old man was quite evil. He wanted to snatch him away from his disciple and liked to have a good chat with people just like Fan Taining. However, he couldn't go. Grandmasters were not that easy to deal with. He would be annoyed to death. Grandmaster Wang Ting, how about my place? My house is not only big but there are also many materials for alchemy. We can talk about alchemy. Grandmaster Hua Yuan didn't want to be alone and invited Wang Ting. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you can come to my house. My smithery studio is large enough and I gained some insight on the lightning slap. Why not we talk about that instead? Grandmaster Moda suggested. Let's go to my house. Go away, go to my house. Wang Ting's head started to ache as the Grandmasters argued. Why do these people like to talk so much? I'll just escape. I can't do this. Grandmasters, I'll just stay with Master Fan Taining for a few days. You don't have to worry about me, Wang Ting said quickly. They felt helpless, but they couldn't force him. Fan Taining was moved. Grandmaster Wang Teng rejected the invitations from the Grandmasters because of him. It was too touching. Alfred glared at Fan Tyning fiercely. Darned disciple. It's all your fault. Fan Tyning, _. Over at the side, Master Blacksmith Hobson and Dr. Leonardo envied and sympathized with him. It probably didn't feel good to be on a Grandmaster's bad side. By the way, Grandmaster Wang Ting, was the green flame that you were using a divine flame? Grandmaster Hua Yuan suddenly asked. The Grandmaster Alchemists, Grandmaster Mo De, and the others looked at Wang Ting instantly. Although they had already had a hunch, they couldn't contain their curiosity. Grandmaster Alfred and the others were taken aback. What divine flame? Grandmaster Wang Ting used a green flame while refining the Dan. We guessed that it should be a divine flame, Grandmaster Hua Yuan replied. He used it during smithing as well, Grandmaster Mo De commented. That's right. It's a divine flame. It's called the Emerald Glazed Flame. Wang Ting nodded. Emerald Glazed Flame. The Grandmasters muttered its name and exclaimed, it's indeed a divine flame. Grandmaster Wang Ting is really fortunate. I was just lucky. Wang Ting smiled. Wait, Grandmaster Wang Ting, don't you have holy flame? Fan Tyning asked in surprise. Holy flame? Everyone was astounded. What is happening? Why is there a holy flame? Oh, I didn't say that I only have one flame. There was a strange silence. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you have 2 divine flames? Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked quietly. Ah, yes. I accidentally obtained 2 kinds of flames. Wang Ting nodded. Haha, what a good accident. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others felt pain in their hearts. They almost cried from envy. 2 divine flames. What kind of luck is that? Everyone didn't know what else to say. They were embarrassed of their Grandmaster titles. Cough. Don't be like this. It's all luck, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. Silence. Things would have been better if he had kept quiet. The few Grandmasters were exasperated. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back with Master Fan Tyning first, Wang Ting said quickly. Go on, go. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others waved their hands weakly. If they let Wang Ting stay, they would start doubting their lives. I'll refine the remaining 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill when I have the time. But in order to ensure that everyone is able to get one, I might require some more materials. Wang Ting said. I'll order someone to collect them immediately. Grandmaster Hua Yuan reassured him. Let me know when it's done, Wang Ting said. Then we shall wait. The Grandmaster's eyes lit up, and they became happy again. Wang Ting nodded with a smile. He could deal with the Grandmasters with just 1 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill. It wasn't a bad deal at all. I'll go with you, Grandmaster Alfred said. Afterward, they left the Secondary Career Alliance and headed to Master Fan Tyning's place. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 981, Catch a Bodyguard First. When they returned to Fan Tyning's residence, it was already night. Fan Tyning ordered the servants to prepare delicious food. He even took out his wine collection. Besides the Baccarat Golden Rum, he also collected other alcohols from different planets. This was a good thing about the universe. There were various planets here, so one could find numerous specialties. The wine alone had thousands of planets making it in the Great Chen Empire, much less in the entire universe. Of course, these were luxury products. They needed to be delivered from faraway planets, so the price was exceptionally high. After learning that Wang Ting was a Grandmaster, Fan Tyning became even more enthusiastic. Grandmaster Alfred was present too. Fan Tyning placed Wang Ting at the same level as his master, treating him with much respect. His disciples, Hu Jiwei and Kui Site, were confused. Though their master treated Wang Ting warmly in the past, he wasn't this deferential. What made him act this way? Grandmaster Wang Ting has just passed the Grandmaster assessment. You must treat him politely and with respect. Fan Tyning pulled them to the side and reminded them. Grandmaster. Hu Jiwei and Kui Site were stunned. Wang Ting wasn't a master. He was a Grandmaster. They found it unreal. But when they saw Grandmaster Alfred talking to Wang Ting enthusiastically as if they were friends, their doubts vanished. They started to feel admiration for Wang Ting. He wasn't someone they could be compared with. They might have been a little unconvinced at the start, but now, they felt overwhelmed. The difference in status gave them invisible stress. Wang Ting didn't notice anything. He was having a great conversation with Grandmaster Alfred and Master Fan Tining. Both the host and the guests had a great time. At the end of the meal, Wang Ting said, "Grandmaster Alfred, do you know any Heaven Stage martial warriors? I can make pills and weapons for him, but he needs to be my bodyguard for some time." "Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Wang Ting, you're famous now. You just have to fill in your requirements on the Secondary Career Alliance virtual web. Many Heaven Stage martial warriors will be willing to work with you. You can also take a look at the virtual web. There should be many Heaven Stage martial warriors looking for dans or weapons. You can bargain with them." Grandmaster Alfred smiled and replied. "Reading on myb0xn0vel.com please." "I see." Wang Ting understood. "Thanks for the reminder. This is just a small matter. It's nothing. I'll make a move first," Grandmaster Alfred said after having his fill. "All right, let me send you." Wang Ting got up. "Come and visit me when you have the time. I will send my address to you via the virtual web," Grandmaster Alfred said. "Sure." Wang Ting smiled. "Fan Tining, take good care of Grandmaster Wang Ting. If you treat him impolitely, I'll kick you out," Grandmaster Alfred warned him. Fan Tining was sad and flustered. However, he was used to it. Ever since he became his disciple, he had lived under Grandmaster Alfred's shadow. His master always threatened to kick him out. His mentality had been trained very well. After Grandmaster Alfred left, Wang Ting went back to his room to get some rest. He prepared to go to the virtual web Grandmaster Alfred had mentioned. "Round ball." Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground and called for Round Ball in his heart. "Huh? Has your assessment ended?" Round Ball appeared after some time and asked curiously. Wang Ting didn't know where it went for the past few days. It acted mysteriously, not even appearing during his Grandmaster assessments. "I passed," Wang Ting said. "How is it?" Round Ball probed. "I'm Triple Field Grandmaster now," Wang Ting said casually. "What? Triple Field Grandmaster?" Round Ball widened its eyes in shock. "Are you kidding me? Why would I? Take a look if you don't believe me." Wang Ting took out 3 tokens from his space ring. There were 3 different images carved on them, a rune, a furnace, and a hammer. They represented Rune Grandmaster, Alchemist Grandmaster, and Blacksmith Grandmaster respectively. F***K, why are you a Triple Field Grandmaster? You didn't tell me anything. Round Ball had to believe him after seeing the 3 tokens. But it was still astounded and found it unbelievable. "You didn't ask," Wang Ting replied as he tried his best to suppress his laughter. Round Ball was exasperated. It realized how bad Wang Ting's sense of humor was. Taking a deep breath, it said angrily, "Since you're a blacksmith Grandmaster, why did you make me craft the armor for you?" "Oh, I wasn't a Grandmaster blacksmith at that time. However, after seeing your forging process, I was enlightened and somehow managed to achieve a breakthrough," Wang Ting said. He relied on picking up attributes to reach the Grandmaster level, but he wasn't wrong. After all, he picked up the attributes from Round Ball. Round Ball almost choked on its own saliva. How infuriating. Look at what Hez saying. Somehow managed to achieve a breakthrough? Are you boasting? Seriously. Shameless. Since I helped you with the breakthrough, how are you going to thank me? Round Ball asked. It had a sharp tongue too. What does my breakthrough have to do with you? I feel proud of your shamelessness. You sound like you're scolding me. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. All right, let's stop wasting time. I want to enter the virtual universe. Okay. Round Ball prepared to pull him into the virtual universe. Wait, use my registered identity. Don't use the unregistered one this time, Wang Ting said. Have you registered already? Round Ball was surprised. The Secondary Career Alliance helped me settle it, Wang Ting smiled and replied. That's a good thing. It wasn't easy to get an identity in the Great Qian Empire. At first, Round Ball planned for Wang Ting to be recognized by the empire after he claimed the baron's title. At that time, identity wouldn't be a problem. It didn't think that Wang Ting would solve this issue before he claimed the baron's title. What's so strange about it? I'm a triple field grandmaster. Don't underestimate the weight of a triple field grandmaster, Wang Ting said. Look at how proud you are. Don't feel too confident. This is the Great Qian planet. There are many formidable characters here. Powerful figures won't appear easily. A grandmaster is nothing, Round Ball said. However, it had to admit that Wang Ting was right. A triple field grandmaster was indeed important. No wonder he could get an identity. Wang Ting shrugged. Naturally, he wouldn't feel proud of himself just because he had a triple grandmaster title. All right, get in. Round Ball used Wang Ting's registered account to pull him into the virtual universe. This identity account was like one's identification number on Earth. Everyone only had one and it was acknowledged by the Empire. Through this identity account, one could log in to the virtual universe. His image there would be the same as in real life. Wang Ting had been to the virtual universe many times, so he was familiar with it. He asked for the location of the Secondary Career Alliance and headed there. If he had a property in the virtual universe, he could use the system in the property to connect to the Secondary Career Alliance's network. However, he didn't have one, so he had to head there directly. It was a little more troublesome. Since Wang Ting had appeared within the Great Qian Empire, he headed to the Great Qian Empire branch. After arriving at the Secondary Career Alliance, he went to a room specifically for grandmasters. It was like an office. He opened a light screen on the table and searched for the information he wanted. There are many missions by Heaven Stage martial warriors, Wang Ting muttered to himself as he scrolled through the information. Who should I find? Browsing the list, he finally fixed his gaze on one mission. Need a heaven-level weapon. Reward, 5 billion GQC and one request from the blacksmith. Note: the difficulty of this weapon is higher than a normal 5th rank Grandmaster level weapon. Thus, it requires a Grandmaster blacksmith with high mastery. Please only apply if you're skilled enough. 5th rank Grandmaster level. Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered. No wonder the other party added a special note. This was a 5th rank Grandmaster level weapon and seemed extremely difficult. 5 billion was a good price. There were different ranks at the Grandmaster level. 1st to 3rd rank Grandmaster level weapons were used by Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Thus, they were known as Cosmos Stage weapons. 4th to 6th rank weapons were used by Heaven Stage martial warriors and were known as Heaven Stage weapons. 7th to 9th level weapons were used by Universe Stage martial warriors, so they were called Universe Stage weapons. But this also reflected how easy it was for a Grandmaster blacksmith to earn money. They could get paid a few billion GQC just from making one weapon, TSK. This was amazing. Of course, this was related to the rank of the product. The other party required a 5th rank weapon. Normal Grandmaster blacksmiths couldn't do it, so they wouldn't be able to earn this money. Wang Ting stared at his blacksmith attribute on his attributes panel. Blacksmith, 3200, 10,000, 3,200 points. He got these points at the Secondary Career Alliance before his assessment. But he didn't have the ability to craft a 5th rank weapon yet, not even a 4th rank weapon. The lightning slap could attract 4 bolts of calamity lightning because he had instilled calamity lightning into it. His real forging mastery wasn't enough to make a 4th rank weapon. But there was no need to panic. He would make a bargain and get this bodyguard first. He didn't need to make it now anyway. Wang Ting sent a message to the other party and asked directly, "What weapon do you need?" The person replied instantly, "Which Grandmaster are you?" Wang Ting, "Do you know about the lightning calamity today?" The other party replied as if they were shocked, "Are you the triple Grandmaster that just joined the Secondary Career Alliance?" Wang Ting chuckled and replied, "Yes indeed." Another instant reply, F***K, boss, please accept my video call. Let's talk face to face. The sudden change in the tone caused Wang Ting to turn silent. A video call invitation popped up on the screen. Should he answer it? Chapter 982, a Mecha Race Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. The call alert on the screen was ringing. Wang Ting hesitated. He felt that the other party was a little strange. The mystery and dignity behind a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior disappeared in an instant, and he was rather flippant. Was he being delusional? Or was the other party putting up a pretense? Wang Ting hesitated, but he still decided to click accept. A head immediately appeared on the screen. It was almost touching the screen, like the other party was trying to see Wang Ting's face clearly. But he was disappointed as Wang Ting's face was blocked by light. He couldn't see his face at all. Wang Ting was surprised by the appearance of the other party. The Heaven Stage Martial Warrior was a robot. It had a mechanical head and blue electronic eyes. It didn't look like a human at all. Wang Ting could even see his mechanical body when it stepped back. Mecha Race. Roundball said in surprise, "Hes from the Mecha Race." Mecha Race? Is there such a race? Aren't robots created by humans? Wang Ting was curious. No, they're not the same. Mechas aren't robots. The Mecha Race is a very strange life form. They do not have real bodies and are somewhat similar to intelligent life forms like me. However, they were born like this, whereas I evolved into what I am today, Roundball explained seriously. Then what about their mechanical bodies? Wang Ting asked. Mecha life forms are born from machinery. They can attach themselves to mechanical bodies. They are very powerful and are closely connected with the bodies. Their relationship is like the relationship between human souls and human bodies. The universe is so huge and full of surprises. It's amazing. Wang Ting exclaimed. You will slowly be exposed to these things in the future. Roundball smiled. Generally, members of the Mecha Race are rare, and they wouldn't have any activities in a human city. It's surprising for a mecha to appear now. Is there a problem if I trade with him? Wang Ting asked. Nope. The Mecha Race is recognized, and there are many strong members. The spacecraft that they build are extremely sought after by powerful people in the universe. Wang Ting nodded. At this time, a sound came from the screen. How insincere. You are not showing your face. The robot pouted. The voice it made was no different from a human, without the slightest mechanical tone, which seemed a little out of place. I'm sorry. My identity is a bit sensitive and not suitable to be disclosed at the moment. Wang Ting offered an explanation. The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior's blue electronic eyes turned. It's fine. As long as you can forge the things I want. When it came to business, he became serious and was no longer chirpy. What do you want? Show me. This is it. The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior took out a small black box. What is this? Wang Ting frowned. It was clearly not a conventional weapon, and the difficulty wouldn't be low. This is the 1000 armaments vessel, which is created by members of the Mecha Race like me. It is probably at the 5th rank Grandmaster level. I need you to forge this for me, the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. Are you not going to confirm if you can forge this? The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior asked in surprise. There's no need to. As long as it is a Grandmaster level weapon, I can forge it, Wang Ting replied calmly. Oh, such confidence. The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior looked at Wang Ting with great interest. If I forge this, you have to promise me one thing. No problem. These details can be written in the spiritual contract. Of course, your conditions must comply with the principle of equivalence. If you are asking me to die, I won't do it. Don't worry. I know that. Wang Ting nodded. Very well. I shall wait for you tomorrow at the Secondary Career Alliance to sign the spiritual contract, the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior said. After speaking, both of them went offline. Wang Ting opened his eyes in the real world and heard Roundball's voice. Wang Ting, you must be careful working with the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. How do I put it? The Mecha Race is quite mysterious, especially things that are created by them. They are rarely circulated around the world. You might not know what secrets lie in that small black box. Be careful. Oh, there are things like that. Wang Ting frowned. Looks like it's quite troublesome. Let's see what the contents of the spiritual contract will be tomorrow. If it is written clearly in the spiritual contract, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem, Roundball said. You mean there will be a clause that states that I should hide the secrets of the small black box in the spiritual contract? Wang Ting asked. Yes. Wang Ting nodded, his eyes flickering. After pondering for a while, he didn't say anything else and decided to wait until the next day to see what would happen. He then took out the lightning slap. After forging the weapon, he had never taken a look at it. Back then, he felt that it was a bit different, but he didn't focus on it. Now that he had some time, he took it out to study it. It was a treasure that he spent so much effort forging. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, her. Just as he was taking it out, Round Ball, who was about to leave, let out a light snort. It was a Grandmaster blacksmith, and not just any ordinary Grandmaster. With just one look, he could see something from it. Did you find anything? Wang Ting asked. Round Ball didn't rush to answer and asked, You forged this? That's right. It's my work for the Grandmaster assessment. I remember you had a brick. Did you put it back into the furnace? Round Ball said with a strange expression. Cough. That's not the point. Wang Ting cleared his throat. This is supposed to be a seal, but it looks a little unconventional. Silence. What do you mean by unconventional? Do you think I'm blind? Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Ting. Did you add something to that brick? Why do I sense a trace of heavenly might? You could sense that. Wang Ting was surprised, but he didn't hide it. I added a bit of calamity lightning, and the lightning slap absorbed it. No wonder. Round Ball was taken aback. There was a look of surprise on its face. You're too bold. You actually dared to add calamity lightning to your weapon and were not afraid of being struck by it. With me around, how could it possibly strike me? Wang Ting replied calmly. You're so arrogant. That's not right. Where did you get the calamity lightning? Round Ball suddenly reacted and asked again. I got it during the calamity. Wang Ting started bluffing without blinking his eyes. Oh my god. You're good. Round Ball was really impressed by Wang Ting. He actually dared to use the calamity lightning. Real Iron Head. The question is, how did you do it? You actually managed to get calamity lightning. Round Ball was full of curiosity and questions. You want to know? Wang Ting snickered as he saw Round Ball's eyes filled with anticipation. It's a secret. F***K. Round Ball pointed a middle finger at him. Wang Ting didn't care. Both of them surrounded the lightning slap and began studying it. The lightning slap is not just at the 4th rank Grandmaster level. I feel that it has room to grow. Round Ball stared at it for a long time and said as it rubbed its chin. I think so too. As long as it keeps absorbing calamity lightning, there should be an unexpected surprise for us. Wang Ting nodded. As he spoke, he sent a trace of lightning force into the lightning slap, and the lightning patterns on its surface started glowing brightly. Countless lightning bolts flickered on its surface. If you looked closely, you would realize that there were traces of a different type of lightning. They were several times more terrifying than ordinary lightning. Calamity lightning is really exceptional. I didn't think that an unintentional act would result in such a wonderful weapon. Round Ball exclaimed. Wang Ting smiled and stopped testing the lightning slap. After all, he was in Fan Tining's house. If he was careless, the entire house would be wrecked. Keeping the lightning slap, he entered the virtual universe once again to train. This time, he entered as an unregistered resident and appeared directly in the wilderness. He then began a silent journey of hunting and collecting attributes. It was yet another busy night. After a night of silence and waking up, Wang Ting finished his breakfast and headed to the Secondary Career Alliance with Fan Tining. He was now a Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance and had a personal waiting room. He only needed to wait for the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior to arrive. Fan Tining was envious of this. This was the status symbol of a Grandmaster. It was a realistic world. If you had the status and influence, you would stand out and everyone would respect you. Wang Teng waited quietly in the waiting room and changed his appearance using his morph talent. Before signing the spiritual contract, he would not let the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior see his true face. As the morph talent could also change one's physical body, it was considered a physical deformation ability. Even if others could tell that he had changed his appearance, they would not be able to tell what he really looked like. It wasn't like other illusion techniques. Once those were dispelled, his real appearance would be revealed. Such techniques only added a layer of veil. After waiting for a while, the other party arrived at the waiting room as agreed. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior was wrapped in a grey robe and wore a metal mask so that people couldn't see his face. Wang Teng was curious. He showed himself so generously the previous night. Why was he acting so mysterious today? Wasn't it all for nothing? The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior entered the waiting room and took off his hood and mask, revealing his mechanical face. "I'm sorry. I did this to avoid some trouble. Looks like you and I are similar." Wang Teng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Please be seated. Everyone has their own secrets." The mecha squinted his eyes at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior didn't have the aura of a Heaven Stage warrior. He felt more like a young man. Chapter 983, Bullshit. Not poor Wang Teng couldn't sense any powerful aura from this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. If he hid among a bunch of ordinary martial warriors, he wouldn't be able to notice him. Of course, that was if he didn't use his spiritual sight, with which he could see the immense force in the martial warrior's body. Without a doubt, this fellow was a true Heaven Stage martial warrior. "How do I address you?" Wang Teng asked. Lan, the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior, replied. "Mr. Lan, let's get to business. This is the spiritual contract from the Secondary Career Alliance. Please take a look." Wang Teng took out a scroll and placed it on the table. The basic clauses and content had already been written. They just needed to fill in their own clauses and signatures. Lan nodded after reading the content. He wrote his conditions and name on the scroll. Wang Teng glanced at the new content. As expected, he wanted Wang Teng to keep the structure of the 1,000 armaments vessel a secret. Wang Teng felt at ease. He signed on the scroll too. The spiritual contract lit up brightly. This meant that their contract had started to take effect. Looking forward to our cooperation. Looking forward to our cooperation. They smiled involuntarily. Lan was happy that he found a person to make the 1,000 armaments vessel for him. He had looked for many Grandmaster blacksmiths, but none of them could forge it. As for the blacksmiths above the Grandmaster level, he couldn't afford them. However, Wang Teng was confident. He said that he could make any Grandmaster level weapon. Lan was doubtful, but since the other party was a triple field Grandmaster, he must be extremely talented. He might honestly be able to do it. As for Wang Teng, he was elated because he found a Heaven Stage bodyguard. It wasn't easy. The other party might not be willing to do such a low-class job if he didn't receive enough benefits. Both of them had their own motives, nursing their own evil intentions. Since they had signed the spiritual contract, Wang Teng would settle the matter properly. That way, the other party would willingly be his bodyguard. "Mr. Lan, why don't you take out the 1,000 armaments vessel for me to take a look?" Lan took it out and placed it on the table. Wang Teng lifted the 1,000 armaments vessel and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a spiritual weapon, as expected of a triple-field Grandmaster." You could see its essence instantly, Lan said with a smile. "Can I see the blueprint?" Wang Teng asked with shimmering eyes. Lan tapped on his wristwatch, and a light screen appeared in front of them. The design of the 1,000 armaments vessel was displayed on it. Wang Teng briefly looked through and frowned. TSK, Wang Teng, this fellow fooled you. This weapon might be 5th rank Grandmaster level, but its complexity is on par with a 6th rank or 7th rank weapon. Round Ball nudged Wang Teng in his mind. He did trick me. Wang Teng noticed the problem too. He was speechless. "Ha ha ha, but can you forge the item?" "If not, I can do it," Round Ball said. "It's all right, Wang Teng said. I can use it as practice and make one for myself next time. The contract says that I can't leak the blueprint. It didn't say that I can't make one for myself. So this is what you were planning. Round Ball was caught between laughter and tears. Wang Teng glanced at Lan intently and said, although this is a 5th rank Grandmaster level weapon, it's as difficult as a 7th rank Grandmaster level. How is it? Can you do it? Lan chuckled and asked again. Of course, Wang Teng replied with a smile. That's great. Lan was overjoyed. He felt that this was a good deal. 5 billion GQC and a request was a good deal for a weapon with the difficulty of the 7th rank Grandmaster level. The other party had just become famous, so he managed to strike a good deal. Other Grandmasters who had been renowned for a period of time might not agree to his request. Let me say my request now, Wang Teng said. Go ahead. Lan smiled. Be my bodyguard for some time, Wang Teng said with a smile. He didn't beat around the bush. Come, let's see who's the one getting trick. A bodyguard? You're asking a heaven stage martial warrior to be a bodyguard? Lan was dumbfounded. Yes, is there a problem? Wang Teng asked. Did you offend someone? Lan might appear happy-go-lucky, but he was a cautious person. Wang Teng resumed his own appearance and replied, my real name is Wang Teng. At the same time, he explained his relationship with the faction supporting the Cao family. Cao Hongtu is a heaven stage martial warrior, but this matter implicates many people. Lan's gaze flickered. He knew about the Baron incident. With a forced smile, he said, no wonder you agreed so quickly. You were waiting for me here. So, what do you think? Yes, as long as you help me forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, I don't mind being your bodyguard for some time. Lan gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, I like to work with straightforward people. Wang Teng chuckled. Lan couldn't smile though. He thought that he got a good deal, but in the end, he was the one who got duped. The person who got the bargain was Wang Teng. This little fox. He still walked into a trap after all his calculations. Damn it. Have you prepared all the materials? Wang Teng said with a smile. He was delighted to see Lan's frustrated expression. There are still some preparations left. Lan shook his head. However, I'm planning to head to the Unique Treasure Street today. The Unique Treasure Street. Wang Teng was a little curious. You can find many good things there like ores, spiritual herbs, etc. It's hard to know which ones are genuine and their qualities are inconsistent, but if you have sharp eyesight, you can get hidden gems. The best thing is, they are cheap, Lan said. Are you poor? Wang Teng asked strangely. Bullshit, I'm not poor. I just exceeded my budget because of the 1,000 armaments vessel, Lan refuted immediately. He seemed a little frustrated. Grandmasters are good. It's so easy for you to make money, he continued in an envious tone. You must be joking. Our money doesn't come easy. Look at this 1,000 armaments vessel. I need to use my brain cells and a lot of energy to forge it. This is hard labor. Sigh, making money isn't easy. Wang Teng shook his head and lamented. Lan, come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. This Wang Teng seemed more shameless than him. To Mr. Lan, let me accompany you to the Unique Treasure Street. I'm curious now. That's great. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're a Grandmaster blacksmith, so you must be familiar with all sorts of ores. You must help me later, Lan said happily. It won't be a problem as long as you're paying. Wang Teng got up and walked out. Lan, #, the two of them left the Secondary Career Alliance and headed to Unique Treasure Street. The Unique Treasure Street was not far away. It was just beside the Kunwu district, so they didn't need to take any transport. Walking over required 10 minutes. Soon, Unique Treasure Street appeared before Wang Teng. The first impression it gave him was that it was a bustling street. There were many people strolling back and forth. It was packed. Under Lan's lead, they followed the stream of people and entered the street. There were all kinds of shops and stalls lining the sides with various items displayed. Ores, spiritual herbs, star cores and star bones, and different weapons dazzled the eyes. But the quality was inconsistent, making it easy to get fooled. This street reminded Wang Teng of the most famous antique street on earth. Many people went there to search for treasures, hoping to find one using a small price so that they could earn more. After all, not every martial warrior was rich. There were many poor fellows like Enlan. Enlan didn't know that Wang Ting had already given him a poor man tag. He was in a good mood as he roamed the streets. He probably came often, so he was familiar with this place. Wang Ting followed him while scanning his surroundings. He was curious. Suddenly, a few attribute bubbles floating on the street caught his attention. Surprised, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect bubbles to appear here. He released his spiritual power and pulled the attribute bubbles over. Mining skill *50, mining skill *80, mining skill *60. This attribute. Wang Ting was shocked. He had picked up this attribute from a candidate on Earth in the past. He was surprised to see it again. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into his knowledge and memory. His mining skill rose from the foundation stage to the beginner stage. Mining engineer, 221,000, beginner stage. Wang Teng didn't stop walking. He continued to follow Enlan, and soon, he found more bubbles. He picked them up too. Mining skill *100, mining skill *80, mining skill *120. The same attribute again. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. He didn't think much since picking up attributes didn't cost money. After some time, they stopped in front of a stall. Wang Ting's mining engineer row had been upgraded from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Mining engineer, 53,000, intermediate stage. At this moment, Enlan squatted in front of the stall without any concern for his image. He was wearing a hood and a metal mask, so others couldn't tell what race he was from. It was easy to find people in this attire. Most people didn't want to reveal their identities. The owner of this stall was from the fox race. A red tail could be seen behind him. He was handsome, but he looked a little sly when he smiled. "Please take a look. If you need anything, you can ask me." Enlan nodded. He appeared a little cold and indifferent as he glanced at the ores. There was a kind of ore called the Crimson Constellation bronze in this stall. It was one of the materials for the 1,000 armaments vessel, so Enlan stopped here to observe. However, these Crimson Constellation bronze were only partially cut. It might appear as if the entire ore was filled with bronze, but in reality, it just took up a small portion. There might just be a tiny bit of it. Anyone with poor knowledge and eyesight could only buy a defective good. No devices were allowed when buying products on this street. You had to rely on your experience and ability. Isn't this stone gambling? Wang Teng frowned. Enlan furrowed his brows as he stared at the ores. He spoke to Wang Ting using voice transmission. Which one has better content? Wang Teng wanted to use his eyes of essence to see the internal structure of the ore. That way, he would immediately know which would earn them more money and which were defective. However, he just picked up some mining attributes, so he wanted to try them out. The main ability of a mining engineer was to look for ores. He understood all kinds of ores and could see the real value of ore just from the surface. Wang Teng used the knowledge and experience of a mining engineer to judge the ores in the stall. His gaze shimmered and finally paused on an ore double the size of a football. From the patterns and color on the surface, this ore had the highest probability of having Crimson Constellation bronze inside. This piece? Enlan asked through voice transmission when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. To be safe, Wang Teng didn't reply at once. He still activated his eyes of essence and looked at the ore. "Boss, how much is this ore?" A figure squatted down in front of the stall and patted that ore. Wang Teng and Enlan turned to look at him. "Cao Guan." Wang Teng was stunned. "Are you here to search for treasures because you're poor?" Cao Guan had come for Wang Teng. He sneered. Wang Teng gave him a weird look. Enlan. Chapter 984, Cao Family, Cao Jiaojiao. The atmosphere turned awkward. Enlan felt unhappy. Was he poor? Bullshit. As a heaven stage martial warrior, how could he be poor? He wasn't poor. No way. This bastard was framing him. He was damaging his reputation. What an evil fellow. He glared at Cao Guan, but he didn't release his aura. It was quite strange. No one knew why he didn't do it. If he did exert pressure on Cao Guan, who was just a celestial stage martial warrior, Cao Guan would have been pushed to the ground. Cao Guan was puzzled when he saw Enlan's gaze. What the hell? He was speaking to Wang Ting. Why was this strange man in a grey gown and mask glaring at him when Wang Ting didn't have any reaction? Master Cao, are you here to find a treasure too? Are you poor? Are the people here poor too? Wang Ting smiled calmly even when Cao Guan was mocking him. The people around them turned and glared at them dangerously. All kinds of people could be found here, good or bad, and from many different races. Not all of them knew Cao Guan, so naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of this celestial stage martial warrior. Cao Guan's expression changed. He felt goosebumps on his head. He felt like a small and weak little lamb entering the den of a pack of wolves. PL's read on MYB0X9L.com. You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean it that way, Cao Guan refuted instantly. Cold sweat dripped down his head. What do you mean then? Wang Ting probed. Cao Guan. Are you done? He shouldn't have teased this bastard. He wasn't Wang Ting's match. Is he from the Cao family? Enlan asked. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Hes Cao Hongtu's son. Wang Ting laughed too. I heard that Cao Hongtu has a son and a daughter who reached the cosmos stage. I don't think it's this stupid guy, right? Enlan shook his head. Oh, he has a son and a daughter at the cosmos stage? Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing strange. If you're willing to put in the resources, anyone with a little talent can reach the cosmos stage, Enlan replied. What's with this Cao Guan? Wang Ting was speechless. Isn't it obvious? Hes stupid, Enlan asked him back. The two of them conversed calmly without any regard for Cao Guan. Stupid. Cao Guan's face turned black. This word kept resounding in his mind. Someone said that he was stupid. This was unacceptable. As the oldest son, he felt aggrieved that he was surpassed by his younger brother and sister. Now, someone was mocking him in broad daylight. He trembled in anger. He got scolded by Cao Hongtu because of Wang Ting, and his right to deal with family affairs was taken away. He was forced to self-reflect in his room. Today, he pleaded with his father for a long time before he got the chance to come out and get some fresh air. Coincidentally, he met his enemy, Wang Ting, and wanted to humiliate him to take revenge. Yet, in the end, he was the one getting dissed. But Wang Ting wasn't to be blamed. Enlan had a sharp tongue too. Cao Guan called him poor, so he replied to him with a stupid. Were all heaven stage martial warriors this down to earth? Don't get angry. We're just telling the truth. Wang Ting didn't mind cooperating with Enlan. He glanced at Cao Guan as he spoke. Fart. Peals of soft laughter were heard around them, igniting Cao Guan's anger. You're looking for death. Cao Guan's face turned red. He clenched his fist and wanted to teach Wang Ting a lesson immediately. This was infuriating. He couldn't bear it. Enough. At this moment, a fair and smooth hand appeared on Cao Guan's shoulder, along with a seductive and oppressive voice. Cao Guan froze. He was like a deflated balloon as he turned to look at the person in shock. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and glanced at the tall lady who had suddenly appeared behind Cao Guan. The lady was beautiful and slender. Her tight-fitting purple battle uniform accentuated her figure. There was a large blade behind her. The blade was almost 2/3 of her height. There was no sheath, so the sharp blade was pasted right against her back and her hips. Wang Ting was afraid that the long blade would cut her pants. Cosmos stage. Wang Ting saw the lady's cultivation level immediately after activating his spiritual sight. He was staggered. Why are you here? Cao Guan frowned and asked. Why can't I be here? Cao Jiaojiao swayed over and tilted her head to look at him. I don't mean it that way. Cao Guan seemed scared. Why are you back? I had to come back. Cao Jiaojiao scoffed. You're really bold. Did you just create trouble after you got released? You. Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. He was infuriated by his younger sister's words. Cao Jiaojiao ignored him and looked at Wang Teng. Are you that Wang Teng? Don't you know that you should introduce yourself before asking others for their name? Wang Teng replied calmly. You have quite a temper, little handsome guy. Cao Jiaojiao giggled elegantly. Little? You used that word wrongly. How am I little? Wang Teng chuckled too. Cao Jiaojiao was stunned. She glanced at the lower part of Wang Ting's body and said in a provocative tone, Well, no, if it's little when we see it. Why don't we find a secluded corner and have some interaction? Wang Ting suggested. F***K, are you looking for death? Cao Guan turned green in anger. He didn't like Cao Jiaojiao, but that was still his sister. Wang Ting was teasing her right in front of him. This was too much. Any man wouldn't be able to stand it. Shut up. Cao Jiaojiao's face turned cold. She said with contempt, You don't have the right to interfere in my business. One Cao Guan. Wang Ting's gaze flickered when he saw this scene. This family is quite interesting. You seem confident. Cao Jiaojiao's gaze landed on Wang Teng again. Chapter 985, Harvest, a huge harvest. Then it's settled. Cao Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect Wang Ting to agree so quickly. It wasn't as simple as having self-confidence. Without a bit of self-confidence, he wouldn't dare to face 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors and a Heaven Stage martial warrior from the Cao family. She didn't believe that he didn't inquire about the Cao family's situation after being in Great Qian City for such a long time. All right. I'll honor my word and be there. Don't worry. I won't run away. Wang Ting chuckled. So, are you all buying? If you're not, don't disrupt me from doing my business. The fox race boss was unhappy and urged them. You are buying this or? Cao Jiaojiao glanced at the stall and asked. I'm just looking around. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he replied. I'll have this piece of ore. Cao Guan looked at the fox race boss and asked, How much is this? 30 million GQC. The fox race boss rolled his eyes and raised 3 fingers. 30 million? You might as well rob a bank. A piece of crimson constellation bronze as large as this is worth just over 30 million. You have the gall to sell a gambling stone for 30 million. Cao Guan glared. He only wanted to deny Wang Teng of his opportunity and get ripped off. You can't say that. These two took a fancy to this ore, which means that it is unique. It might not be pure crimson constellation bronze, but getting a gambling stone is betting on this possibility. The fox race wasn't bothered and smiled at Wang Teng. You agree? You're just raising the price, Cao Guan said angrily. I think what the boss said was right. Since young Master Cao is so rich, 30 million shouldn't be a problem for you. Wang Teng smiled. PL's read on MYB0Xnov LCOMI, Cao Guan was speechless. He felt like he had dug a hole for himself and had to jump inside. A retard like you should stop trying to scheme. Cao Jiaojiao smiled disdainfully and then said to Wang Teng, You don't seem to want this ore. Why are you giving it up so easily? I'm a poor man after all. I can't afford to pay 30 million. Otherwise, I would have fought for it with young Master Cao. And Lan. This guy is so shameless. A man who had just earned 5 billion from him was poor. Fat. However, he didn't open his mouth and continued to observe how Wang Ting would deal with this. Although the crimson constellation bronze was one of the forging materials for the 1,000 armaments vessel, he wasn't worried as he believed in Wang Teng, the one with 3 Grandmaster titles. Hehe, do you think I will believe that? Cao Jiaojiao said. We don't want it. You can have it. Why are you so polite? Then, Wang Teng chuckled and changed his tone. Olden, pay for this. Okay. And Lan responded quickly and traded with the boss. Boss, what's your account number? I'll transfer the money to you. The fox race boss was not in a hurry at all. He glanced at Cao Guan and Cao Jiaojiao with a smile. You don't want this? This, Cao Guan was stumped. Cao Jiaojiao frowned and stared at Wang Teng. She was trying to see something from his face, but all she could see was that provocative smile. She was a little helpless. He was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. "We don't," Cao Jiaojiao replied. "No, I want this piece of ore. It's just 30 million. I can afford it." Cao Guan gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Teng. And Lan looked at Wang Teng, who shrugged his shoulders. "Young Master Cao is really generous. You can have it." This time, Cao Guan didn't go back on his decision and bought it straight away. Cao Jiaojiao frowned at Cao Guan, but she didn't stop him. She wasn't sure about the ore as well. Wang Teng was really unpredictable. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. They had stopped themselves previously for Cao Hongta's sake. Now, since Cao Guan insisted on buying it, she wouldn't intervene. The fox boss felt a little regretful. He initially thought that both sides would fight for it and increase the price. He didn't expect Wang Teng to give it up just like that. However, he still earned 30 million. A whole piece of crimson constellation bronze was worth 30 million. What he had was just a gambling stone. He had initially bought it for 5 million and was planning to sell it for 7 or 8 million. Earning a profit of 2 million was good enough. Now, he earned a profit of 25 million. He made a lot of money. After the transaction was done, Cao Guan got his subordinates to carry the ore and gave Wang Teng a provocative look. "I'm going to open it up now. You can take a look if you have the guts." "Sure, I'm also curious to see what is in that ore." Wang Teng smiled and nodded as if he didn't care that Cao Guan had snatched his piece of ore away. His look made Cao Guan feel as though he had punched a bag of cotton. He couldn't vent his frustration anywhere. "That shop in front can open up ores. Let's go over." Cao Guan led the way. Wang Teng spoke to Lan before following Cao Guan and the others towards the ore shop. Cao Guan paid a processing fee and got the other party to cut the ore. There were many types of ores in the universe, and they were all made up of different substances. Only common ores could be detected by machines. There were many restrictions, and the shape of the ores could not be detected. That was why there were gambling stones. The content and the shape of the ores were different. One could only depend on their experience and luck in opening up ores. The man who was opening up the ore seemed like a 50-year-old master. He looked at Cao Guan and asked, "How do you want to cut it?" "Directly in half," Cao Guan replied. The master nodded. Crimson constellation bronze was meant to be used for forging and would eventually be smelted. The shape and size of it didn't matter. They only needed to open it. The query just now was a business tradition. After all, if someone wanted to make an issue out of it, it would be the craftsman who would suffer. There were many people who came to watch. No matter where it was human nature to join the fun, especially if there was a bit of gambling involved. There were many curious people. Screech. The master started working, and a saw pressed downwards with the machine. When the blade touched the ore, an ear-piercing sound irritated the spectators. Crimson constellation bronze was not an ordinary ore. They were extremely hard, and the quality of the saw had to be at the third-rank grandmaster level. Ordinary people couldn't afford that. After a while, the ore was split into two halves. Everyone craned their necks to take a look. Is there anything? Who knows, it might be just junk. I don't see any green. Isn't the crimson constellation bronze green? The surface was covered with dust and some couldn't see what was inside. Everyone started discussing it. The master splashed it with water and revealed what was underneath the dust. Oh! He lost the gamble. He lost everything. There's nothing in the middle. There's only a bit of it on the sides. 30 million has gone to waste. How did this happen? Cao Guan's face turned pale as he couldn't accept it. Cao Jiaojiao frowned and sighed. Sure enough, Cao Guan couldn't deal with Wang Teng. He was a sly little fox. Young Master Cao, you don't seem to have good luck. Wang Teng gloated. You played dirty. Cao Guan's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Wang Teng. 30 million had gone to waste just like that. There was only a bit of crimson constellation bronze at the side of the ore. He couldn't even sell it for 100,000 GQC. He made such a huge loss. Hey, you don't have to watch what you eat, but you have to watch what you say. I didn't force you to buy it. Wang Teng spread his hands. You're shameless. Cao Guan's eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head and shouted at the old master, cut it one more time. I don't believe such a large piece of ore has only so much crimson constellation bronze. The result is clear. Young man, you just can't afford to lose. The old master shook his head and muttered. What did you say, old man? Cao Guan was furious. All right, stop making a fool out of yourself. Cao Jiaojiao stopped him. Cao Guan was drained of his strength. Have you finished cutting? It's our turn. At this moment, Lan walked up from behind with a smile. He then tossed a piece of ore to the master and got his help to open it up. When did you buy this? Cao Jiaojiao frowned. She glanced at that piece of ore and recognized that it was underneath the one that Cao Guan had bought. It was much bigger. It was just that the piece of ore had not been opened up yet. It looked just like an ordinary, inconspicuous rock. Cao Guan also recognized the ore and finally understood something. This was the one that you wanted to buy. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I just bought one to play with it, Wang Ting said. Don't be excited, Wang Ting. This ore is a piece of junk. Even that stall owner didn't care about it. Stop dreaming, thinking that you can detect crimson constellation bronze. Cao Guan grunted. Who knows, Wang Ting said indifferently. Old master, please open up the ore. And Lan urged with a smile. This ore, the old master shook his head. It didn't look too good either. How do you want to cut this ore? Well, cut it in half as well, and Lan replied. The master nodded and cut it. Screeching sounds spread out once more. The moment the ore opened up, a ray of soft red-green light emanated subtly from underneath the dust. Everyone widened their eyes. Old master, pour some water and take a look. I actually cut out something. The old master was surprised and quickly took a large basin of water. The entire cut surface was exposed, and around 80% of the area was red-green, which was extremely dazzling. Damn it, what a huge harvest. This piece of crimson constellation bronze is worth at least hundreds of millions. Damn, it must be hundreds of millions. What luck. There was an uproar and everyone was jealous. How? How is this possible? Cao Guan's face turned green as he rushed up and stared at the ore before shouting in despair. One Cao Jiaojiao's face was full of astonishment as well. She couldn't believe it. Ha ha ha. You're really good. And Lan patted Wang Ting's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chapter 986. Your family likes to praise me. When Wang Ting went with Cao Guan, he asked Lan through voice transmission to buy this ore. Lan was a little hesitant. This ore didn't look good, just like a normal stone. Ores like this were normally empty. But he trusted Wang Ting, so he went to bargain with the boss. Since it was cheap, he bought it. The boss was confused when Lan asked to buy this ore. He wanted to ask for a high price. However, the other party was sly too. He turned and pretended to leave. The intention was clear. Fool me? No way. No discussions. His reaction dismissed the boss' concern, and he sold the ore to Lan for 50,000. This resulted in a windfall. Lan was elated. He spent 50,000 GQC to get the crimson constellation bronze that was worth a few million. It saved him a lot of money. He made the right choice to bring Wang Ting here. As a triple field grandmaster, this young man wasn't simple, and Lan's belief that Wang Ting was extraordinary grew stronger. He was more confident that he could make the 1,000 armaments vessel. This is normal. Nothing to be excited about. Wang Ting smiled calmly. Everyone around them was stunned. The sudden arrogance caught them off guard. Finding the crimson constellation bronze worth a few million was normal. What were they doing normally then? This young man is so arrogant. PL's read on MYB0X novel. COM, that's understandable. If I found this ore, I'll boast for half a month. Rock gambling needs luck. He might earn now, but he might lose at the next moment. It's better to remain humble. Many experienced rock gamblers shook their heads when they heard Wang Ting's words. Cao Jiaojiao glanced at Wang Ting. She seemed to have a new understanding of this man. He loved to boast. He was still a youngster. Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. He felt that Wang Ting was targeting him. The more he listened, the angrier he got. He didn't know where to vent his anger. The boss of the stall also came over due to curiosity. A huge rise in price. He was filled with regret. If he knew this was a good piece of ore, he would have made a small cut. With its current content, a small cut was enough for him to know its real value. This piece of ore was only worth a few thousand, so it wouldn't be a waste. However, since he was sure that this piece was junk, he couldn't be bothered to cut it. After all, if there was nothing inside, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a few thousand. What a waste. This 50,000 ore had a few million worths of crimson constellation bronze inside. This was nearly a 2,000 times increase in value. The other party got a cheap deal. What a huge loss. He glanced at Wang Ting and wondered if this young man came from the fox race. He was craftier than him. Thinking back about it, this boy wanted this ore from the start, but he used the one above it to trick his enemy. He also got involved in his plan, thinking that the young man wanted the piece of ore above it, but his real aim was the one below. Aren't you worried about slapping your own face? After all, you only cut 1 million GQC ore. A sneer was heard among the crowd. Everyone turned and saw a bald young man wearing a long black gown. There were many people around him, surrounding him like the stars around the moon. There was a tiny fire symbol on his forehead. The Parker's family. Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect to meet them here. One could never avoid one's enemy. He met the Cao family and the Parker's family here. Was Great Chen City so small? Also, this bald young man was at the Cosmos stage. He wasn't an ordinary cocky and wealthy young master. Young Master Andre. Cao Guan smiled brightly when he saw the newcomer, welcoming the young man with open arms. Cao Jiaojiao frowned. She didn't like the way her brother fawned over other people. Andre nodded arrogantly. He looked past Cao Guan and saw Cao Jiaojiao. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Jiaojiao is here too. Young Master Andre. Cao Jiaojiao smiled like a blooming flower. She was exceptionally mesmerizing. Wang Ting glanced at her involuntarily. This was a tough lady. She could smile at everyone. If one ignored the large blade behind her and her Cosmos stage ability, one might think that she was just a weak social butterfly. Wang Ting wanted to disregard the other party. He retracted his gaze and said to Lan, "Keep the crimson constellation bronze. Let's walk around the other areas." The Parker's family. Lan recognized the young man in the black robe. They were one of the 8 dukes and were quite famous. Along with the iconic bald head and the fire symbol, it was impossible not to recognize them. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he wasn't afraid of this Cosmos stage man. But he didn't plan to provoke the other party. He kept the cut crimson constellation bronze and prepared to leave with Wang Teng. Andre's face darkened when he saw them ignoring him. He sneered, "You sounded very confident just now. Why are you leaving suddenly? Are you afraid of eating your words?" Cao Guan smirked. Wang Ting had no chance in front of young Master Andre. Cao Jiaojiao's gaze moved back and forth between Wang Teng and Andrea's. Lan stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Ting. He didn't want to offend the Parkers, but he wanted to see Wang Teng's reaction. He had signed a contract with him, so he would be implicated even if he didn't want to. "Your goading is clumsy." Wang Teng smiled. He stopped and looked calmly at him. "Who are you to talk about me?" Cao Guan gasped in shock. This brat had the balls to scold young Master Andre. He remembered how Wang Ting dared to talk back to the heaven stage martial warrior, Sinclaman. Well, it didn't seem weird now. He suddenly felt that Andre wouldn't be able to stop Wang Ting. Cao Jiaojiao was stunned too. She had heard of Wang Ting's daring personality. He was someone who had the guts to shout at Sinclaman in the noble family consultation chamber. But she was still surprised when she saw him in action. Lan felt his head hurting. The cooperation with Wang Teng was more difficult than he had imagined. "How dare you speak like this to young Master Andre?" Before Andre opened his mouth, a person behind him stepped forward and pointed at Wang Teng. "How dare the dog speak before its master?" Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. Killing intent surged out of his eyes like sharp knives, shooting toward the subordinate. His killing intent had reached the 9th level perfected stage after multiple battles. Once released, it was exceptionally frightening. He could control his killing intent, so he wouldn't harm other people. Others might not feel anything, but the subordinate took the hit. He saw piles of corpses in Wang Teng's eyes, and his face turned pale immediately. He trembled in fear. "You, move. If you dare to speak again, I'll chop you into two," Wang Teng shouted. The voice slammed into his eardrums and made him lose his sense of hearing. He took a few steps back, bumping into two people. He plonked onto the ground, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The fear in his eyes was apparent. Andre scoffed. Anger flashed in his eyes as he strolled towards Wang Ting. With his tall stature, he looked down on Wang Teng and said, "You must be the Wang Teng Uncle Sinclairman mentioned. You're indeed a bold fellow. Thank you for your compliment. Your uncle said the same thing. It looks like your family likes to praise me," Wang Teng replied casually. He waved his hands as if he was chasing flies away. "If there's nothing, please excuse me. I don't have time to waste." Andre felt the corners of his eyes twitching. His face turned black as he said, "You're good at rock gambling, right? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Oh." And Lan asked with interest, "How do you want to play?" Andre glanced at him and replied, "Simple. Both of us will find a piece of ore and cut it. The one with the higher price wins. The loser will have to pay the winner the value of his ore. Also, we won't be playing here. Let's go big or go home. We'll go to the rock gambling lane in front. The good stuff is all there. How is it? Do you dare to play with me?" He looked at Wang Teng provokingly after he finished. Gasp. The onlookers were shocked when they heard this. This is a big gamble. As expected of the Parkers. They're indeed wealthy. One piece of ore from the rock gambling lane in front costs a few million. When cut, the price is even higher. It may be worth a few billion. If that young man loses, TSK. Vicious, the young master from the Parkers family is vicious. One discussions sounded continuously. The onlookers chatted with one another as they watched the show with interest. After all, they were not the ones affected. And Lan hesitated. He didn't have this much money. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to pay Wang Teng. At the time, he would have to sell himself to repay his debt. That would be a joke. However, Wang Teng could play all he wanted. He was a triple-field grandmaster. He could earn a few billion easily. He looked at Wang Teng and waited for him to make the decision. Sigh, he wasn't poor, but he wasn't this wealthy either. "Wang Teng, you can choose not to play if you can't afford it. I heard that you're from a backward and faraway planet. It's normal to be poor. You might not be able to afford it if you lose," Cao Guan mocked. He was a little excited. "Why don't you play with me?" Wang Teng glanced at him. "Don't worry, I'm not a ruthless person. I'll make sure you can afford it." Cao Guan hurriedly hid behind Andre and muttered, "Play with young Master Andre if you dare. Why are you attacking me?" Chapter 987. It's time to teach him a lesson. Wang Teng was speechless. Even Cao Jiaojiao couldn't bear to look at him. This was embarrassing. Wang Teng said contemptuously, "Look at how timid you are. If I were Cao Hongtu, I would pin you to the wall." Fart. The onlookers burst out laughing. They couldn't bear it anymore. How ruthless. This young man's mouth was like a sharp sword. And Lan laughed and stared at Cao Guan strangely. "You." Cao Guan finally reacted after some time. His face turned red, and he fumed in anger. A tinge of red appeared on Cao Jiaojiao's face as her heart sank. She cursed Wang Ting silently for his shamelessness. How could he say this? The corners of Andre's lips trembled. He found Cao Guan embarrassing, so he stood up and scoffed. "Cut the bullshit. Are you betting or not?" "Of course. Since you want to lose money, I don't mind accompanying you." Wang Ting nodded calmly. "You're thinking too much. Why would I lose money?" Andre pointed to an elder beside him and sneered. "This is an advanced stage mining engineer. Do you think he'll lose with him around? Advanced stage mining engineer. And Lan was stunned. His expression turned distorted. You have an advanced stage mining engineer. This is unfair. Unfair? Who doesn't have a mining engineer to help them when they want to rock gamble? You can find one if you can. I won't stop you, Andre replied. That's right, you can find a mining engineer too. Cao Guan was secretly gloating. He could almost imagine Wang Ting losing all his assets. His hatred towards Wang Ting had reached its peak. He was humiliated by him multiple times, but he couldn't take revenge. He had to rely on Andre. Cao Jiaojiao shook her head and glanced at the ordinary-looking elder in surprise. She didn't expect him to be an advanced stage mining engineer. With him around, Wang Ting had no chance of winning. Are you playing? If you are, please lead the way. If you're not, I'm leaving. Wang Ting said impatiently. He didn't even glance at the advanced stage mining engineer. Young man, you're very confident. The advanced stage mining engineer snorted. All right, follow me. Andre was afraid that Wang Ting would run away, so he immediately led the way. Wang Ting continued to disregard the advanced stage mining engineer and followed Andre. And Lan caught up with him and asked using voice transmission, Wang Ting, that's an advanced stage mining engineer. Are you confident? If you're not, we can leave. It's not shameful. Why? Are you afraid? Wang Ting smiled. Why would I be afraid? I'm just worried that you'll lose everything. And Lan was speechless. Don't worry, he's just an advanced stage mining engineer. I'll let him know that there's always someone better out there, Wang Ting replied calmly. And Lan looked at him curiously. Did he have a trump card? Wang Ting, do you know some mining skills too? Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. It had seen this expression on Wang Ting's face many times. Every time, he managed to do the impossible. Thus, Round Ball suspected that he knew some mining skills. Secret. Page. Alright, you don't have to tell me. Round Ball kept quiet. Whenever he said this, it meant that Wang Ting had enough confidence. It didn't need to worry. Soon, they arrived at the front. There were numerous rock gambling dens opened by powerful factions here. The profits of rock gambling were unimaginable. No one would dare to open a rock gambling den without enough influence. Otherwise, they might get thrown out by other factions. The factions owning the dens were powerful, so many formidable martial warriors came here to gamble. However, they would have to follow the rules here too. You can pick the den in case they say I bully a newcomer, Andre said as he pointed around the lane. Wang Ting observed his surroundings. He didn't recognize any stall. Let's choose Ju Cai Rock Gamble. This is a branch set up by a powerful faction with many connections in Great Chen City. They won't dare to cause trouble there, and Lan said using voice transmission as he signaled with his eyes. Ju Cai. Wang Ting rolled his eyes when he saw the old-fashioned name. He asked using voice transmission, this is the business of a powerful faction and not some small gambling den? Are you serious? Cough, they opened a rock gambling den to earn money. It's understandable why they gave it this name. It might be a little old-fashioned, but the meaning is straightforward. Nothing wrong with it, and Lan coughed awkwardly. 1. Ju Cai means to gather wealth. Why not call themselves Wang Cai? Wang Ting asked. 2. Wang Cai is a common name for a pet dog. And Lan didn't know what to say. Who are you calling a dog? Why don't we open one in the future and call it Wang Cai? Wang Ting touched his chin and asked. You're a real talent, and Lan complained in his heart. He didn't say it out loud though. Let's go to Ju Cai, Wang Ting replied to Andre. All right. Andre walked into the den first. From the outside, it looked like a normal shop, but there was a huge courtyard at the back. A large number of ores were kept here. Please wait for a moment. You need monetary proof to go to the backyard. An attendant smiled and stopped the group. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, these rock gambling dens had strict rules. They weren't looking down on the poor, but if one didn't have enough wealth, he wouldn't be able to buy anything even if he went in. It was a pure waste of time. Andrei seemed familiar with the procedure. He showed his identity. The attendant let him in instantly when he saw that he was from the Parker's family. He didn't have to worry about his wealth. As for Wang Teng glanced at Lan, only to notice that Lan was looking at him. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Teng asked. "Me?" Lan pointed at himself in surprise. As a triple field grandmaster, Wang Teng must be rich. Why did he need him? "I have no money, so you have to do it," Wang Teng said matter-of-factly. The attendant continued smiling and waited for them patiently. Andrei and Cao Guan stared at him in disdain. "Where did you get the guts to bet with me when you have no money?" "Don't worry, I won't lose, so I don't need any money." Silence. Andrei and the others were burning in anger. They got infuriated by Wang Teng's calm and casual tone. "Let's wait and see how you'll beat me. However, you need to get in first." Andrei scoffed. "That's not your concern." "We'll settle it ourselves," Wang Teng said. Lan felt helpless. He had no choice but to give the 200 million deposit before they were let in. The monetary proof the attendant mentioned was the deposit. It would be returned after they came out. 100 million per person. Lan helped Wang Teng to give his deposit too. "Please come in." The attendant raised his hand and signaled them to go in. Cao Jiaojiao and Cao Guan also paid the deposit before they entered the backyard. The place was enormous and was segregated into many different districts. The grade of each district was different. There were all kinds of ores placed in the backyard, piled up in various corners. Some were big while others were small. The big ones were a few thousand kilograms and the small ones were only the size of a fist. "There's no need to look at other areas. Let's go to District A. The higher quality ores are there," Andrei said. "No problem." Wang Teng nodded. There were beautiful attendants guiding the guests and professionals explaining the ores. There were mining engineers too. Their positions were high, and they were in charge of looking over the area. They rarely came out. Most of the guests had a powerful background or were wealthy and strong in terms of ability. Wang Ting scanned the area and noticed many Cosmos Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. There were even some who hid their auras. They were probably Universe Stage martial warriors. It was hard to believe that there were so many powerful martial warriors in the backyard of a rock gambling den. No wonder there was a restriction. If any normal person was allowed to enter the den and provoked these formidable martial warriors, the reputation of the den would be tarnished. The Ju Cai Rock Gamble was a high-class gambling den. Most of these martial warriors had mining engineers beside them. They would seek their opinions occasionally before buying the ores. How did Wang Ting know? He saw the attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. He picked them up without any worry. Mining skill * 300 mining skill * 500 mining skill * 450. The mining engineers here are of a higher quality. The attribute bubbles they dropped have a higher value. Wang Ting thought to himself. In that short moment, he had picked up a few thousand points of mining skill. His mining engineer points escalated, and he reached the advanced stage in the blink of an eye. After he reached the advanced stage, he continued collecting more attribute bubbles and managed to break through to the master level. A sea of knowledge of mining and ores appeared in his mind. They turned into his memory and enlightenment. He understood everything. After some time, Wang Teng became a real mining engineer. Mining engineer, 210,000, master, it's not that difficult. Wang Teng muttered in his heart. However, the limit of the mining engineer was quite high. The master level required 10,000 points. He would probably need a few tens of thousand points to reach the grandmaster level. Fortunately, mining attributes were easier to find than alchemist and blacksmith attributes. It didn't need much effort, so Wang Teng didn't mind. After Wang Teng became a master mining engineer, he started to feel itchy again. When he was an intermediate stage mining engineer, he was able to tell that the piece of or contained the Crimson Constellation bronze. What ability would he possess at the master level? Andrei mining engineer was at the advanced stage, right? Wasn't he acting so proud? It's time to teach him a lesson. After some time, Andre chose a few thousand kilograms of ores under the guidance of the advanced stage mining engineer. He walked over. We've taken our pick. Have you started? The ores here are harder to choose. If you can't see anything, you can admit defeat. If mine is cut, you'll have to pay its worth, Andre said calmly. Chapter 988, Rock Gambling. Andre's words were infuriating. It was as though he knew that he would definitely win. That was why he told Wang Ting not to bother choosing a rock. He wanted him to admit defeat and lose money. Wang Ting, you should just concede. Otherwise, you will have to lose money if you lose your bet, which will be worse. Cao Guan echoed and mocked Wang Ting. Master Chen Shu is a high-class mining engineer. Your mining skills can't be compared to his. You're done for. A reserved but proud look appeared on the high-class mining engineer's face. Young man, it's okay for youngsters like you to suffer a little loss and pay tuition fees. But remember, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You're on your own. Why do you seem to think that you will win? And Lan couldn't take it anymore and asked. It's obvious. Look at this ore. It's more than 10,000 kilograms. Master Chen Shu said that the contents are amazing and it will definitely be extremely valuable when it's opened up. Do you think you can find another one like that? Cao Guan scoffed. And Lan frowned and looked at the high-class mining engineer. He then turned to Wang Ting. He didn't think that this high-class mining engineer was a fake. The ores at Ju Cai Rock Gamble were all high-class goods. A huge piece like that would be valuable no matter what it was. Furthermore, the Parkers wouldn't have just found any ordinary mining engineer. He was definitely skilled. Wang Ting scanned the huge ore and was surprised. The high-class mining engineer was indeed skilled. He managed to pick such a large and valuable piece of ore. Most people wouldn't have dared to pick such a huge ore. However, Wang Ting smiled and chuckled. Since when did a high-class mining engineer dare to call himself a master? A hint of embarrassment flashed past Chen Shu's eyes. A high-class mining engineer couldn't be called a master. However, it was an informal title for him. His subordinates would call him master, which was meant to be a salutation. As long as it wasn't said in a formal setting, it wasn't a problem. Now that Wang Ting had said it out loud, he had to eat his own words. PL's read on MYB0X9 LCOM. Since you're not convinced, pick an ore. Mining engineer Chen Shu sneered. He didn't dwell on the matter of the salutation. If it blew up, it wouldn't be good for him. He would only bring shame to himself. Wang Ting smiled indifferently, not bothering about it either. He then glanced around and casually pointed at a piece of ore that weighed around 1,000 kilograms. This one. And Lan, pay for that. And Lan looked at Wang Ting with resentment. So casual. Are you serious? Phut, ha ha ha. Is your brain damaged? You chose a random piece that weighs 1,000 kilograms to compete with young Master Andre? Cao Guan laughed. Young man, you're making a fool of yourself. Do you think that if you choose a random piece, you will have an excuse to say that you didn't choose one carefully? Mining engineer Chen Shu was caught between laughter and tears and shook his head. Cao Jiaojiao glanced at Wang Ting suspiciously. Would a sly little fox like him admit defeat so easily? Uncle, I'm calling you uncle, let's be serious. Their ore weighs 10,000 kilograms. If we lose this, we won't even be left with our pants, and Lan was anxious and said to Wang Ting. Do you mechas still wear pants? Wang Ting looked at him with a weird expression. And Lan wanted to vomit blood. Why wouldn't we wear pants? You're racist. I wear pants. Wait. Why are we talking about pants? I'm talking to you about losing money. Don't worry. You aren't acting like a heaven stage martial warrior. So what if I'm a heaven stage martial warrior? My money is still money. And Lan retorted. All right. We won't lose this. If you believe me, buy that piece of ore. You will be leaving with loaded pockets today. Wang Ting was confident. Right, if you win money, you'll have to split it with me. I'm not helping you for fun. My services are expensive. Are you really that confident? And Lan was doubtful. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Wang Ting answered casually. All right, I'll trust you this once. If we win, we'll split it equally. No, you'll take 70%. And Lan gritted his teeth. Very good, you're smart. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction. Have you discussed it already? Hurry up if you're buying it. Andre frowned and urged impatiently. And Lan didn't speak and went forward to buy the ore that Wang Ting had selected. Wang Ting, are you really sure? Did you partner up with that Andre to scam this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior? Round Ball's weird voice could be heard in Wang Ting's mind. I heard that the mechas were simplistic. Now I finally saw it live. Am I that kind of person? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. No matter what, I wouldn't work together with the Parkers. They are our opponents. Cough, I'm just saying. Round Ball also knew that Wang Ting would never be in cahoots with the other party. However, his way of selecting the ore was a bit unusual. He just bought it with one glance, like he was selecting cabbages at a market. And Lan walked over with the ore that he just bought. Although he was wearing a mask, Wang Ting could see the emotion in his eyes. I spent 300 million. My heart's bleeding, and Lan patted his chest and said, it's only 300 million. We spent a full billion on our ore. Poor people are just poor people. Cao Guan didn't miss any opportunity to ridicule the duo. He was just looking for trouble. And Lan glared at him. Right now, he hated anyone who called him a poor man. If they weren't in the Ju Cai Rock Gamble Den, he would have smacked Cao Guan to death. A celestial stage martial warrior dared to be brazen in front of a heaven stage martial warrior. TSK, he has a death wish. Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that An Lan was a bit messed up for a heaven stage martial warrior. It might be because his brain was wired differently from ordinary people. If it was another heaven stage martial warrior, they would have flown off the handle already. Since you have chosen your ore, let's start opening it up, Andre said calmly. Wang Ting had no objections. He wouldn't stop them when they were in a hurry to give him money. They then went to the dissection area and asked two masters to help open up the ores. They are rock gambling. Interesting, let's go and watch. Looks like they are playing big. Look at that piece of ore. It looks like it's worth $1 billion. Speaking of which, the other one only weighs a ton. Do you even need to compare them? Who knows? They are throwing a sprat to catch a mackerel. No one knows for sure. Many people noticed what was happening over there and gathered around curiously. They started another round of discussion. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors walked over and took interest. The Universe Stage martial warriors didn't move and were choosing ores by themselves. However, their attention would sometimes be attracted to them. No one dared to bother the Universe Stage martial warriors. Other people would avoid them when they were picking their ores. Hence, the areas around them were the quietest. Over at Wang Ting's side, things had already begun. The two masters started at the same time. Gentlemen, the ores that both of you have chosen are energy stone ores. If there are energy stones within, force would flow out and get wasted if it is damaged. That is why we have to remove the layers one by one to avoid damage. It may take a long time. Please wait patiently. A female staff of the gambling den explained and ordered someone to arrange tables and chairs for the guests. They were then served cakes and tea. It was a thoughtful service. The masters were indeed veteran craftsmen. Instead of machines, they scraped off the layers of the ores one by one with a strange knife. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, "There's a glow. So fast. What a pure force. This energy stone is incredible. It's at least a 5th or 6th level energy stone." Mining engineer Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After the rock layer was peeled off, a fiery red brilliance dazzled the spectators. This was a fire energy stone. A glow meant that it was an energy stone. Although he knew that the ore would be profitable, he didn't know that the energy stone would appear so quickly. The master had only peeled a few layers and it had already started glowing. This meant that the energy stone within would be frighteningly huge. Andre was happy. $1 billion was not a small sum for him. It was a good thing that he would make a lot of money. You did a good job, Andre complimented Chen Shu. Young master, you're too kind. Chen Shu was a mining engineer hired by the Parker's family, which was why he was very polite to Andre. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? We have already found an energy stone in our ore, but you guys don't even have a sign of it. And you still want to gamble with us. Cao Guan laughed and pointed at Wang Teng's ore, mocking him. 5 layers of rock had already been scraped off from Wang Teng's ore, but there were still no glows. Wang Teng ignored Cao Guan and drank his tea indifferently. He didn't take him seriously. And Lan was a bit nervous. He relaxed quite a bit when he looked at Wang Ting and saw his casual demeanor. He's still pretending. Cao Guan snorted coldly. This is irrelevant. The energy stone is just at the surface of your piece of ore. Your ore is so huge, do you think it is possible for the entire ore to be an energy stone? Wang Ting said indifferently. Andre frowned and looked at Chen Shu. He's not wrong. Before it is exposed completely, no one will know what the situation is inside the ore. However, we have a high probability of making money. It just depends on how much we will make, Chen Shu replied. Even so, we'll definitely make more money than you, Cao Guan said. We'll see. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. His state of mind made Andre and the others uncomfortable. They didn't have any sense of accomplishment. They were at a loss for what to do. Cao Jiaojiao glanced at him in surprise. Just that character of his was remarkable. It's glowing, that one is glowing too, someone suddenly shouted. Chapter 989, I'm sorry, I won. 1. Everyone was astounded at the sudden shout. Andre, Cao Guan, Cao Jiaojiao, and Lan, and everyone else rushed towards Wang Teng's ore to take a look. Wang Teng was the only calm one. He had already seen the internal condition of the ores through his eyes of essence. He was aware of their values. Normal people saw the first layer and you were elated that you saw the second. However, I'm already at the 9th layer. The glow is quite dense. Is it a 7th level energy stone? We'll need to see the color. If the entire stone is this color, it's definitely a 7th level energy stone. I thought that finding a 5th or 6th level energy stone was lucky enough. I didn't expect a 7th level to appear. A 7th level energy stone in a 300 million ore. This is a miracle. There was a huge uproar. The reaction of the crowd was quite intense. Many people eyed the 7th level energy stone with envy, including the Heaven Stage martial warriors. The force within the 7th level energy stone was extremely pure. If used for cultivation, its effect would be 10 times that of a 6th level energy stone. Energy stones were the best cultivation resources for a formidable martial warrior. The level of the energy stones would affect one's cultivation speed and the quality of the force one cultivated. In summary, the higher the level of the energy stone, the rarer it was. The Universe Stage martial warriors glanced over and paused for a few seconds when they saw the 7th level energy stone. Then, they shifted their gazes away. Andre didn't look good. How was this possible? How could he find a 7th level energy stone randomly? What kind of luck was this? Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. His face was even darker than Andre. He felt his face burning as if someone had slapped him. Astonishment flashed past Cao Jiaojiao's eyes. Was Wang Teng calm because he knew that this or would give him a 7th level energy stone? If that was true, this young man was a little scary. Chen Shu stood up abruptly from his seat and inched forward to take a look. He couldn't believe that there was a 7th level energy stone inside. How is it? Master Mining Engineer, is this a 7th level energy stone? And Lan asked purposely to stimulate the other party. He finally felt at ease. Wang Ting was honestly a god. He managed to turn the tides even though there was a huge difference between them. And Lan wondered if Wang Ting was a mining engineer. Chen Shu's expression warped. He glanced at Lan and snorted before returning to his seat. How is it? Andre asked. Their ore is a little strange. It's of such good quality despite looking ordinary and doesn't come from an old mine. This is extremely rare, Chen Shu said with a bitter smile. Does this mean I'll lose? Andre asked with a stern expression. Maybe not. Our ore is a few thousand kilograms, So our energy stone must be heavy too. The value may be higher than theirs, Chen Shu said hurriedly. His heart skipped a beat. Andre kept quiet. He stared intently at the ore in front. Cao Guan didn't dare to speak. If he opened his mouth now, he might offend Andre. The two masters quickly dissected the ore. More and more rock layers were peeled and dropped on the ground. The contents of the ores were revealed. Two glaring glows intertwined with each other. However, the dissection hadn't ended. It was time to cut the ore. The energy stones in the two ores weren't an entire piece. They were scattered inside the piece of rock. After peeling the surface, the internal structure could be seen clearly. It was time to cut the ore now. The masters raised their blades and chopped the huge ores into small sections. Wow, this 1,000-kilogram ore's heart is made of stone. There are no energy stones in the middle. Everyone was dumbstruck. They quickly looked at the ore Wang Teng chose. The smaller ore is lighter, but the energy stones inside are denser. There are only a few empty spots in the middle. This is indeed a 7th-level energy stone. Only a small portion of it is 6th level. This young man is lucky. He earned so much with one randomly chosen piece. Lucky? I don't think so. Why would he pick this ore if he couldn't see anything? Everyone looked at Wang Ting in a different light. They didn't know if he chose the ore randomly, but not everyone could find such a high-valued ore. No one would believe that Wang Ting didn't know anything. Andre's expression turned hideous. The result was apparent. Everyone could tell that Wang Ting's ore had a higher value than his. Cao Guan and Chen Shu remained silent. No one dared to speak in anger. Andre. Ha ha ha, this is a big win. We'll be able to earn a few billion this time. And Lan burst out laughing after a moment of absent-mindedness. His eyes almost turned as bright as a gem. Mister, are you selling this 7th-level energy stone? I'm willing to pay 5 billion GQC, a Heaven Stage martial warrior walked forward and asked. I'm willing to give 5 billion. Please sell it to me. Another Heaven Stage martial warrior stepped forward and upped the bid. Do you think Mr. Wang Ting doesn't know the market price? Are you trying to buy a 7th-level energy stone for 5 billion? I'm willing to pay 8 billion and would like to make friends with Mr. Wang Teng. A red-haired Heaven Stage lady smiled and said to Wang Teng. Thanks for reading on MYBOXNOVELC0M. Chapter 990, I'm sorry, I won. 2. The two Heaven Stage martial warriors looked embarrassed. They wanted to get a cheap deal and buy this 7th-level energy stone at a lower price, but this lady had to spoil their plan. This is a good price. I'll sell it to you. Let's get to know each other. Wang Teng smiled and agreed. Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng, the lady replied happily. She was expecting Wang Ting to raise the price, but he was generous and sold it to her directly. Mr. Wang Ting, my name is Xu Lanwen. Let's exchange contacts, the lady suggested. She knew that Wang Ting was only a planetary stage martial warrior, but An Lan was beside him. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, she might not be able to see through An Lan's ability, but she could sense that he was a Heaven Stage martial warrior. The relationship between An Lan and Wang Ting was strange. He wasn't Wang Teng's elder, yet he didn't seem like his subordinate either. They seemed to be working together. Moreover, Wang Teng was the one in command. It might be hard to believe that a Heaven Stage martial warrior would listen to the planetary stage martial warrior, but this was the truth. Hence, she felt that Wang Ting wasn't a simple young man. He was worth her lowering her status to befriend him. This was why the other Heaven Stage martial warriors treated him politely. Naturally, Wang Ting wouldn't reject her. He nodded and exchanged contacts with her. The lady paid him 8 billion GQC and took the 7th-level energy stone. Everyone, please pay 8 billion. Wang Ting waited for Xu Lanwen to leave before he turned and spoke to Andre. 8 billion, 8 billion. An Lan felt more confident after he saw someone buying the energy stone for 8 billion. He started repeating the price happily. Andre glared at Wang Teng and An Lan before saying coldly, "Give me your account. I'll transfer the money to you." Wang Ting gave him the details, and the 8 billion was soon transferred. He earned 16 billion within a few seconds. This was amazing, as expected of the Parker's family. You're indeed rich. Shall we play a few more rounds? Wang Teng looked at the balance in his account and found his superiority as a wealthy person again. Right, let's play a few more rounds. This is just the start. And Lan agreed after tasting the fruits of the bet. Andre was burning in anger. He wished he could kill the duo on the spot. You're just lucky. Why are you boasting? Chen Shu glared at Wang Ting and gritted his teeth as he spoke. So what if I'm lucky? I won in the end, Wang Teng replied calmly. You. Chen Shu was furious. I'm sorry, I won, Wang Teng continued indifferently. You have no chance. You're too arrogant. You only beat me once because of luck, Andre shouted in anger. Why don't we play a few more rounds then? Wang Teng said slyly. Chen Shu, choose another stone. Andre threw a cold glare at Chen Shu. Chen Shu shuddered. He knew that he was dead if he lost again. An advanced stage mining engineer was nothing to the Parkers. They had many different ways to make him silently disappear. Chen Shu was unconvinced though. He gritted his teeth and turned to find a piece of ore. He swore that he must trample Wang Ting to death this time. Wang Ting was in no hurry. He sat on his seat and sipped some tea. Wang Ting, which one should we choose? And Lan asked hurriedly. Don't worry. Well, choose one randomly after they are done, Wang Teng replied in a composed manner. Choose randomly again? And Lan was speechless. How else do you want to choose? Wang Teng asked. Nothing, well do it your way as long as we can win. And Lan smiled. They waited for half an hour before Chen Shu returned. There was a tinge of happiness on his face. He spoke to Andre using voice transmission. Really? Andre was elated. I have seen this all once. There's no mistake, Chen Shu promised confidently. Good. If you can beat Wang Teng, I'll forget about your mistake and even reward you, Andre said. Don't worry, I have confidence. Chen Shu nodded firmly. Are you done? Wang Teng asked. Yes. Chen Shu asked someone to bring a piece of ore that was the size of a watermelon. He patted it and said, This is the one we chose. That's so small. And Lan exclaimed. Sometimes, bigger didn't mean better. Some ores might be small, but they could possess a high value if they contained rare content. Smaller ores like this one were a wild card. The other party must be giving it his all since he dared to choose this. Either that or he was extremely confident. Looking at their reaction, it was probably the latter. A strange glow appeared in the depth of Wang Ting's eyes. He was shocked when he saw the piece of ore. He took a closer look in case he made a mistake. Then, he frowned. There was a spiritual herb inside this ore. As a master mining engineer, Wang Teng possessed knowledge about this kind of ore. Some ores were said to contain spiritual items. These spiritual items were sealed in the ores due to various coincidences. Some were dead while some were alive, including spiritual herbs, spiritual insects, and spiritual beasts. There might be ancient animal bones or eyeballs inside too. They survived countless years within the ores and absorbed the essence of the world. Finally, they turned into treasures, possessing incredible effects, and were known as gems. Chapter 991, I'm sorry, I won. 3. Wang Ting always felt that this was a rare item, so he was surprised that Chen Shu, who was an advanced stage mining engineer, was able to find it. It looked like he did have some skills. This makes things harder. If there was only one ore with spiritual items inside, he wouldn't have anything to bet. Damn it. He dug a hole for himself to fall into. The other party was so luck. Wang Ting couldn't do anything now. He activated his eyes of essence and glanced around him. You won't be able to turn the tides this time. Not only will I recover what I lose, but I'll also earn more. Chen Shu sneered when he saw how quiet Wang Ting was. Wang Ting ignored him. He continued scanning the ores. Ores with spiritual items inside were hard to find. It was rare even in a big gaming den like the Ju Cai Rock Gamble. And Lan wasn't an easy person to bully, so he refuted instantly. Why are you so impatient? We haven't chosen our ore. Be careful or you might lose like the previous time after acting all arrogant at the start. When the ore is cut, you won't be so conceited, Chen Shu smirked. Huh. Wang Ting suddenly gasped softly. There was an almost unnoticeable tinge of happiness in his eyes. I found it. It's here. I'm so glad I found it. I almost miss it. Wang Ting lamented in his heart. He didn't ask Lan to pay this time. He stood up and vlaked to a corner. After digging through a pile of ores, he finally found one the size of a goose egg. How much is this? Wang Ting turned and asked the owner. Fat. Chen Shu burst out laughing. Are you kidding? That's the lowest grade leftover bit. This ore must be less than 10,000 GQC. Are you using that to bet with me? Wang Ting, are you betting which ore is smaller? Andre was speechless. And Lan was flustered too. Wang Ting got stranger with each move. The first ore was still a few thousand kilograms, but this was just a less than 10 kilograms. How much is this? Wang Ting ignored them and asked the owner again. You can give me 8,000. The owner finally came up with a price. He stared at Wang Ting strangely. Wang Ting paid without any hesitation and completed the transaction. Cut it. I chose this piece, Wang Ting said to Chen Shu. He went back to his seat while playing with the ore in his hand. All right, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it. Andre signaled to Chen Shu. Chen Shu was confident. He gave the ore he chose to the master cutter and asked for him help to cut the ore. Wait. Wang Ting suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. What? Are you afraid and want to back out? Andre sneered. It's too late. Mitch, you're thinking too much. Wang Ting scoffed. Do you dare to increase the bet? Increase the bet? Andre squinted. He stared at Wang Ting, wondering what he had up his sleeve. That's right. Let's add another bet on top of our current one, Wang Ting said. The person who loses will have to give the other party the content of the ore. Andre's gaze flickered. Why did he suddenly come up with this request? Did he notice something? Where did he get his confidence from? Why is he placing this bet? Many thoughts flashed through Andre's mind. He couldn't understand what Wang Ting was thinking. I won't continue if you don't dare. A small bet is no fun, Wang Ting said indifferently. Could it be that he's scared and want to use this method to anger me so that he can run away? This thought popped up in Andre's mind. In the end, he said in a low voice, all right, since you want to play, I'll accompany you. Words means nothing. Let's sign a spiritual contract, Wang Ting said. Andre hesitated again. Wang Ting didn't look like he was trying to run away. Instead, he seemed to be setting up a trap for him. But he had already agreed. He couldn't take back his words instantly. He had his ego. Come, bring the spiritual contract, Andre shouted. The owner took out a spiritual contract and both parties wrote down their rules and signed their names. The contract took effect immediately. More and more people crowded around them as their bets grew larger. Even the manager of the den and the mining engineers were alerted. Wang Ting smiled. He sat on his seat nonchalantly and savored his tea quietly. The master cutter started dissecting the ore. Buzz, the sound of the cutter echoed in the air. The ore was small, so the master peeled off the outer layer very quickly. There was an entire piece of green wood element energy stone inside. The moment the ore was cut, the dazzling green glow blossomed and reflected gently on everyone's faces. What a thick wood force. This is at least an 8-level energy stone. It's a pity that it's so small. It's still expensive. No wonder they chose this ore. Oh no, Wang Ting were going to lose, and Lan wailed. Chen Shu gave a look of contempt when he heard their discussion. He sniggered and said, the real value is not in the energy stone, it's what's within it. Within it? Everyone was stunned. Oh my, is that a spiritual herb I see? Chapter 992, I'm sorry, I won. Oh my god. There's really a spiritual herb. It's a gem or... Quick, what spiritual herb is it? The commotion attracted the attention of the universe stage martial warriors. They walked over. This is the Danji herb. A white-haired universe stage elder opened his mouth and said, "There's 3 crimson Danji. They are at least 30,000 years old." "That's right." Another tall ape-race universe stage martial warrior with crimson eyes agreed. 30,000-year-old Danji herb. Everyone was flabbergasted. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't think that this watermelon-sized ore would have such a valuable item inside. It was unimaginable. The crowd was jealous. Why didn't they notice this ore? Had they bought it, they could have spent the rest of their lives without lifting a finger. What a pity. The manager of his den was a fat man. He was full of regret. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe properly. Andre stood up and greeted the 2 universe stage martial warriors. "You're welcome." The white-haired martial warrior waved his hand. "Are you selling this Danji herb?" "I'm willing to pay 400 billion. 420 billion, the ape martial warrior followed instantly. "I didn't expect you to be interested in this herb too," the white-haired elder said. "Well, this is good stuff. In that case, I'll pay 450 billion, the white-haired elder continued. 480 billion, the ape race martial warrior added. 500 billion. "If you bid higher, I'll give it to you," the white-haired elder said. 520 billion. The ape martial warrior hesitated for a second before he offered his final price. The white-haired elder frowned and chose to give up. This price was too high. It wasn't worth this much. Andre was overjoyed when he heard about this large sum of money. He almost lost control of himself. Just when he was about to agree, he thought of something and replied helplessly, "I'm sorry. The birthday of an elder in my family is coming soon. I came to buy him a gift, so I won't be able to sell this Danji herb to you." The 2 universe stage martial warriors were frustrated. Since Andre had brought out the elder of the Parkers, they couldn't do anything. A deal must be acknowledged by both parties. They couldn't snatch the item, right? Also, as one of the 8 dukes, the Parkers family was very powerful and had a strong foundation. Even universe stage martial warriors like them didn't dare to offend this behemoth. "All right, it looks like I am not fated with this Danji herb." The ape marital warrior shook his head. The white-haired elder looked at Wang Ting and asked with interest, "Young friend, aren't you going to cut your ore? Why don't you let us see what's inside?" "Oh." The ape universe stage martial warrior was staggered. His gaze landed on the ore that was the size of a goose egg. Was there a rare treasure inside too? "Wang Teng, since this sir has opened his mouth, you should cut your ore," Andre said. "Seeing that the 2 sirs are interested, I guess I'll have to embarrass myself." Wang Ting threw the ore to the master cutter and said, "Master, just peel 2 layers of this ore." The master cutter was surprised. However, he wouldn't refute his client. The customer was always right. Buzz. 2 layers got peeled off quickly. A purple energy stone appeared in everyone's vision. Glaring light shot out and almost blinded the crowd. This is a rare lightning element ore. Looking at its glow, it must be 9th level or above. Wait, there's an insect in the ore? F***K, there's really an insect. Exclamations sounded continuously. Everyone stared at the purple energy stone with wide eyes and disbelief on their faces. Chapter 993, The Value of a Lightning Essence. Insect waves of exclamations overlapped one another. Everyone was thunderstruck by the content inside Wang Ting's piece of ore. And Lan was overwhelmed. His emotions went on a roller coaster ride. At first, he thought that they were destined to lose since Andre or had the Danji herb inside. It was worth 500 billion, a price impossible to surpass by a normal ore. Yet, Wang Ting gave him a greater surprise. There was a treasure in the ore he chose too. It was an insect. Normally, a living animal had more value than a plant or herb. Most of the time, herbs and plants were found within the ores. Next were animals and last were special items. Thus, this small insect might have a higher value than the Danji herb. Besides, this insect was in a lightning element energy stone, so it must have the same element too. Lightning element energy stones were rare and lightning element living creatures were rarer. Andre didn't look good. The situation had changed entirely. He almost lost his mind. This is an ancient energy stone. The manager of the den lowered his head and stopped in his tracks. He was in a bad state. His lips were trembling as he spoke. Wang Teng smiled. He stood up, walked forward, and picked up the piece of lightning element energy stone. The ore was only half the size of his palm after it was cut. He dusted away the remaining powder and got dazzled by the thick purple glow. There was a small purple insect inside. If one didn't observe it carefully, they might miss it. The purple insect was fat and chubby. It looked like a silkworm. Its body was segmented and extremely thick, appearing quite funny. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the energy stone on Wang Teng's palm. They couldn't move their eyes away. Lightning essence insect, a mining engineer said in a low voice. His gaze was intense. That's right, this is the rare lightning essence insect. I didn't expect to see one here. This is incredible, the white-haired elder exclaimed in surprise. I heard that the lightning essence insect devours the purest lightning force within the lightning element energy stone. It had to be the purest and it must be an ancient energy stone. It's quite picky, the ape martial warrior said. This is why lightning essence insects are rare. They ingest the purest form of force, so their bodies are filled with pure force too. They can be used to refine excellent medicines, the white-haired elder said with scorching eyes. Even a universe stage martial warrior like him treated this lightning essence insect as a treasure. This proved how incredible it was. Wang Teng knew that the lightning essence insect was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be regarded so highly. Even the universe stage martial warriors were eyeing it. He thought about this matter and immediately sent a message to Grandmaster Hua Yuan. He told him about the lightning essence insect. This was a huge matter. And Lan couldn't control the scene alone. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was an alchemist. The lightning essence insect had rare medicinal properties, so he definitely knew about it. Thus, the moment he heard about this matter, he hurried over. Even Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Mo De, and some other grandmasters from different fields came over. Wang Teng, find more people quickly. This lightning essence insect is too valuable. I have no confidence in front of universe stage martial warriors, and Lan panicked. He didn't know Wang Teng was one step ahead, so he used voice transmission to remind him. I've already contacted them. That's good, that's good. And Lan heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was pounding like a drum. How's this possible? Chen Shu seemed to have received a huge blow after he heard the crowd's discussion and saw the lightning element energy stone. His face turned white and he slumped into his chair. All his energy was drained. He was dead. Wang Teng's lightning essence insect was more valuable than his Danji herb. This round, they lost again, worse than before. Andre wouldn't forgive him. Andre sat on his seat with an indifferent expression. However, he was giving off an oppressive and dangerous aura. He was on the verge of exploding. One spark and he would ignite into a fire. Cao Guan stared at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. He was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Teng to find an ore with a lightning essence insect inside. Were his eyes blessed by heaven? Cao Jiaojiao couldn't maintain her composure either. She stared at Wang Teng, unable to suppress her astonishment. This was totally unexpected. Why could he find such a valuable piece of ore? Was he a mining engineer? Was he more skilled than an ordinary mining engineer? No, you cheat, you must have cheated, Chen Shu suddenly shouted like a maniac. I cheated. Wang Teng turned and stared at the man speechlessly. This old man must be bad. He couldn't find any faults, so he framed him for cheating. You must have cheated. This lightning essence insect is extremely rare. How can it appear in a leftover piece of ore? Chen Shu was filled with frustration. His eyes turned bloodshot. Enough. Before he could finish, Andre stopped him with a yell. Mister, you must be careful with what you say, the manager of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble warned with a cold expression. I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions. Chen Shu shuddered and regained his senses. He apologized to the manager with a pale face. The entire den was under surveillance. He was questioning the reliability of the den by suspecting Wang Ting. The manager's heart was already bleeding after Chen Shu and Wang Ting picked 2 valuable ores. Thus, he gave Chen Shu the black face when he questioned their gambling den. He snorted and disregarded Chen Shu. Are you willing to sell this or to me? I'll give 4 trillion GQC. The white-haired elder opened his mouth after a moment of hesitation. 4 trillion. The crowd gasped in shock when they heard this number. This was a frightening sum. Ordinary factions probably didn't have these many assets. Only a universe-stage martial warrior would dare to offer such a huge price. Even with Wang Ting's composure, he stopped breathing for a second when he heard the price. He couldn't remain calm. Wang Ting, were rich. Round Ball was even more excited than him. It was screaming with joy in his mind. And Lan's eyes were wide open. He was dizzy with happiness. The huge sum of money caused him to be in a daze. Even as a heaven-stage martial warrior, he had never seen such wealth. Willing to give 1 trillion. The ape martial warrior's face was twitching when he made this hard decision. He felt his heart aching. Wang Ting touched his chin. He was moved by this price, but he wanted to keep this lightning essence insect for himself. After all, it wasn't easy to find one. The manager of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble seemed to have contacted his superior. He wiped the cold sweat off his head and hurriedly ran over. Mr. Wang Ting, can you sell this lightning essence insect to the Ju Cai Rock Gamble? We're willing to pay 3 trillion GQC and offer you a black VIP card. You'll be able to get a 10% discount when you shop at our den in the future. 2. Chapter 994. You, Cao Jiao, don't hold much value. 1. Oh my god. Wang Ting was in a dilemma. The price given by Ju Cai Rock Gamble wasn't low. 3 trillion and a 10% discount black VIP card held the same value as 4 trillion GQC. Mind you, the price of the items in this store went by the millions. A 10% discount wasn't a small amount. Most importantly, there was no time limit. A martial warrior had a long lifespan. They would definitely be able to save more than 1 trillion if they shopped at this place for numerous years. Also, the black VIP card of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble wasn't easy to get. One needed to have a certain status. From this point, one could see the sincerity of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble. But even so, he didn't want to sell the lightning essence insect. This item was too rare. If he sold it, he might never be able to see it again. Wang Ting's mind spun furiously. Everyone, may I say something? Please, the manager of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble replied politely. The others looked in his direction too, including the 2 universe-stage martial warriors. He felt pressured. I don't plan to sell this lightning essence insect. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said. You don't plan to sell it? The 2 universe-stage martial warriors furrowed their brows and looked at Wang Ting meaningfully. Young man, it's dangerous to carry this item on you. The ape martial warrior was very direct. Young friend, he's right. The lightning essence insect is more attractive than 4 trillion, the white-haired elder agreed. They are right. Mr. Wang Ting, you should sell your lightning essence insect, the manager of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble said. Wang Ting's heart sank. They were right. The lightning essence insect was more tempting than money. It would be dangerous if he took it. But he was unhappy because of the unintentional superiority he detected in their tone and a hint of threat. Young friend, I'm willing to fork out 2 trillion. This is my utmost sincerity. Sell me the lightning essence insect and you'll gain my friendship, the white-haired elder said. Wang Ting, why don't you sell it? You'll gain nothing if you're targeted by a universe-stage martial warrior, Round Ball said in a low voice in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting, and Lan hesitated. Although he didn't finish his sentence, his intention was clear. He hoped that he would sell it. F***K Wang Ting cursed in his heart. He felt helpless and exasperated. If the value was within an acceptable range, other people might relent due to his position and talent. They might even want to befriend him. However, If the value reached a tempting level, the formidable warriors didn't mind offending him. This was how cruel the world of the formidable warriors was. It was this direct. Wang Teng felt helpless. He had worked hard to raise his ability, but he was still weaker than these old codgers. That was why he had to face this situation. At this moment, he finally saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others walking in. He was invigorated. A brilliant idea popped up in his mind. He spoke to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others using voice transmission. Let's pretend we don't know each other and buy this lightning essence insect under the name of the Secondary Career Alliance. The Grandmasters were stunned. However, they were all quick-witted and immediately understood his intention. Wang Teng was one of them, and he was a triple-field Grandmaster with great potential. They were willing to help him. Compared to the lightning essence insect, they viewed Wang Ting with more importance. As the group of Grandmasters walked over, Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and said, "We came at the right time. I didn't think we'd see the lightning essence insect here. Young friend, why don't you sell this item to the Secondary Career Alliance? We're willing to offer 4 trillion and you'll gain the friendship of the Secondary Career Alliance." The 2 universe stage marital warriors and the manager pulled a long face when they saw someone interfering in their affair. But after seeing who they were, they suppressed their unhappiness. This was a group of more than 10 Grandmasters. These Grandmasters were based in the city's Secondary Career Alliance, so they were familiar with them. If it was just 1 or 2 Grandmasters, they wouldn't be afraid. However, with more than 10 of them, this was a little frightening. Besides, there were 3 people with powerful auras standing beside them. Universe stage. There were 3 universe stage martial warriors. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't come alone. He had invited 3 universe stage martial warriors to support him. The 2 universe stage martial warriors and the manager of the Ju Cai Rock Gamble wouldn't offend these people no matter how blind they were. Wang Ting saw their exasperated expression and chuckled silently. Then, pretending that he didn't know these people, he asked, "You are? Oh, I was too excited when I saw the lightning essence insect so I forgot to introduce myself. We're Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance." Grandmaster Hua Yuan played along with Wang Ting. "I'm Grandmaster Hua Yuan." All the other Grandmasters introduced themselves. Andre, Cao Jiaojiao, and Cao Guan stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were dumbstruck. They would probably never imagine that Wang Ting was putting on a show with these Grandmasters. They were acting for them. "It's my honor to meet you." Wang Teng bowed at the Grandmasters as if he was flattered by their arrival. "And Lan, _1. Chapter 995. You, Cao Jiaojiao, don't hold much value, too. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Wang Teng was the Secondary Career Alliance's triple-field Grandmaster. He should be very familiar with these old men. What was going on? "Do you Grandmasters want this lightning essence insect as well?" Wang Teng asked. "Of course. The lightning essence insect is an excellent ingredient for alchemy, and it's very useful for us. The Secondary Career Alliance also needs a good thing as the Alliance's treasure." Grandmaster Hua Yuan's words were not all lies. The Secondary Career Alliance needed rare items like these, and Wang Teng was a triple-field Grandmaster of the Alliance to boot. Securing the lightning essence insect for him would also mean that they would get it for the Alliance. "Do you mean it about the friendship?" Wang Teng asked with an emotional look. "Of course. If you sell the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance, every Grandmaster here will owe you a favor. If you want weapons or pills in the future, you can come to us," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. "That's right. The Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance will welcome you," Grandmaster Alfred said solemnly. Their acting skills were not bad and were quite convincing. Everyone got a little envious when they heard that. Those were favors from over a dozen Grandmasters. If it was them, they would be moved as well. "Grandmasters, this is a little unfair. We were having a good talk and you people suddenly intervened. This is a bit unreasonable," the Ape Universe Stage Martial Warrior said. "Oh, it's the Ape Martial Warrior. You can't say that. Treasures are bound to be obtained by those who are destined to. The Grandmasters just happened to encounter it, and you haven't completed your deal. It shows that the lightning essence insect has a fate with the Grandmasters. A universe stage martial warrior with 2 black horns growing on his head smiled as he stood beside the Grandmasters. Eon. The ape martial warrior narrowed his eyes. The owner of this treasure will be the one who offers a higher price. You can't just buy it using force. A human universe stage martial warrior accompanying the Grandmasters smiled. The white-haired elder saw this and shook his head helplessly. He didn't say anything. The other party was stronger than him. They had 3 universe stage martial warriors, while they were on their own. There was no chance for them. Andre and the others were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw the universe stage martial warriors fighting over the lightning essence insect. They wanted to snatch it badly. Andre was unwilling to accept this. They lost, and they lost badly, so badly. 4 trillion. Andre's face went pale when he thought about that sum. His heart was bleeding as he wondered if he would be beaten to death when he went back. He then thought about that final bet with Wang Teng. He lost the Danji herb as well. The elder's gift was gone. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Mr. Wang Ting, have you arrived at a decision? Grandmaster Hua Yuan noticed that the time was right and asked. Wang Teng pretended to be moved, but he hesitated. He then thought about it for a long time and gritted his teeth. All right, I'll sell it to the Secondary Career Alliance. I'm in your hands, Grandmasters. Ha ha ha, good. Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and patted Wang Ting on the shoulder. You will definitely not regret today's decision. The 2 universe stage martial warriors and the manager of Ju Cai Rock Gamble were disappointed. They shook their heads and were about to leave. Universe stage martial warriors, please wait a moment. Aren't you both interested in the Danji herb? Wang Teng smiled. Oh. The 2 Grandmasters stopped. Andre's expression changed, and he sent a voice transmission to him, Wang Ting. I prepared the Danji herb as a gift for my elder. You dare to sell it? Wang Teng ignored him and offered the 2 universe stage martial warriors. Just now, I had a bet with the Parker's family's young master and I won. The Danji herb now belongs to me. If you want it, I can sell it to you. You. Andre was enraged. He glared at Wang Teng fiercely as if he would kill him. Young Master Andre, don't look at me like that. You were the one who wanted to gamble. You should be more refined and accept the loss, Wang Teng said. Wang Teng, you know that this is a gift for my elder, yet you still dare to sell it. Are you not afraid of his wrath? Andre threatened. What are you talking about? You lost the Danji herb to me. You can find another gift for your elder. It's got nothing to do with me. Okay. You just want to offend the Parker's family, Andre said angrily. I'm being wronged here. It's clear that the Parker's family doesn't want to let me off. Wang Teng's face was full of innocence as if he had suffered a great injustice. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was indeed the case. It was impossible for Wang Teng to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Parker's family. Everyone felt sympathy for him. Things would not go well for Wang Ting in the future once he offended the Parker's family. Thanks to him, the Parkers were labeled as a family who bullied the weak. Andre was speechless. His eyes were about to burst into flames, and he hated Wang Ting to the extreme. The other 2 universe stage martial warriors were watching the scene with a sneer. It was as if the adults were watching 2 kids fight. As for the Danji herb, even if they bought it, the Parker's family couldn't possibly target them. It wasn't good to offend a universe stage martial warrior. I'll buy the Danji herb at the price I mentioned earlier, 520 billion, the ape martial warrior said. The white-haired elder shook his head and remained silent. No problem. Wang Teng nodded. The transaction was complete, and 520 billion was transferred to Wang Teng's account. Andre watched the Danji herb fly away. His eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. They had already signed a spiritual contract. If they went back on their word, the power of the spiritual contract was enough to take his life. Young Master Andre, my piece of ore is worth 2 trillion. You lost. Please pay up. Wang Ting turned to look at Andre and chuckled. I-yuan% and Andre eyes darkened. Countless profanities almost spewed out of his mouth, but they were stuck in his throat. Wang Ting, you dare to ask for 2 trillion? Are you looking for trouble? Cao Guan shouted with a stern voice. It is clearly written in the spiritual contract. It's my money. Why shouldn't I ask for it? Isn't this funny? Wang Ting glanced at him and said sarcastically, or do you, a loyal pet of young Master Andre, want to pay on his behalf? He came forward for you just now. It's time for you to repay him. Expose. Wang Ting's words pinned Cao Guan into a corner. His expression warped, and his heart pounded. When he turned back, he could see Andre glaring at him with cold and resentful eyes. Although Andre disliked Wang Ting for dissing Sinclairman and wanted to trample him to death by rock gambling, it all started because of the Cao family. Now he owed such a huge debt. How could he not hate the Cao family and Cao Guan? Cao Jiaojiao's expression changed slightly and she stepped up. Wang Ting, there's a connection between you and the Cao family. We had some misunderstandings in the past. Let's talk about it. Give me face on this matter. Forget about the money. You have earned enough. Ha. Wang Ting laughed. 2 trillion. Just like that. I'm sorry. You, Cao Jiaojiao, don't hold much value. Even if Cao Hongtu came here personally, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, we all know very well what's going on between me and the Cao family. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who is so easily deceived? Cao Jiaojiao suddenly felt her face burning up as she saw Wang Ting and his mocking expression. She had never been so ridiculed by others before. It was the first time she had experienced something like this. It made her feel ashamed and extremely embarrassed. I don't just give face to any woman. We're not that close. Cao Jiaojiao could no longer stay there. She turned around and left in embarrassment. Chapter 996. He tried his best to hide but he was still exposed after Cao Jiaojiao left. The place turned quiet again. The crowd stared at Wang Ting strangely. The men respected him while the ladies felt complicated. This Wang Ting was ruthless. He didn't give any face to this beautiful lady. He was destined to remain single. Of course, some powerful martial warriors weren't as shallow. A lady wasn't enough to affect their judgment. Wang Ting retracted his gaze from Cao Jiaojiao's back. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Cao Jiaojiao had been insincere and fake from the start. To think that she wanted to make an issue of his relationship with Cao Hongtu, did she think he was easy to fool? Besides, the Cao family wasn't worth 4 trillion. To put it bluntly, they might not be able to find 4 trillion in their entire family. Who gave her the guts to ask him for some face? So what if she was pretty? After Cao Jiaojiao left, Cao Guan had no reason to stay. Andre was glaring at him viciously and it made him uncomfortable. His heart kept beating like a drum. All he wanted to do was leave immediately. Once the siblings left, Andre's expression turned worse. This was the final betrayal. Young Master Andre, I don't think the Parker's family is so poor to not have this much money, right? Wang Ting looked at Andre and smiled. Andre's face turned green and white. His chest heaved up and down and his knuckles cracked loudly. Anger, helplessness, humiliation. All these emotions overwhelmed his mind. His face started turning red and his eyes bloodshot. Wang Ting's smile seemed to be mocking him for overestimating himself, for digging his own grave, and for burning his fingers. The gazes around him seemed to be making fun of him too. Wang Ting. Andre gritted his teeth. The words were squeezed out through the gaps of his teeth as if he wanted to etch his name deep in his heart. Young Master Andre, no matter how loud you shout my name, I won't lower the price for you, Wang Ting said casually. Andre was flustered. He wanted to smash the 4 trillion on Wang Ting's face, but he honestly didn't have this much money. Young Master Andre, hurry up. Everyone's time is precious. We don't have time to waste, Wang Ting added. He called Andre Young Master Andre every time he spoke to him. These few words stabbed right into Andre's heart. To hell with being a young master. Your entire family is made up of young masters. Andre cursed in his mind. Wang Teng was evil. He wanted everyone to know that he was the young master of the Parker's family. You don't have enough money? Wang Teng asked curiously as if he had noticed something. Andre felt the corners of his eyes twitching. The words were akin to sharp arrows piercing right into his heart. He tried his best to hide, but he was still exposed. What a joke. How can my family not have 4 trillion? Andre tried his best to calm down. He sat on his seat to show that he was extremely composed. Pay your debt then. Wang Teng glanced at him. Wait. Andre ground his teeth. At this stage, he could only pay the money. Wang Teng didn't give him any chance. His strongest support came from his family, but the other party wasn't afraid of them and continued demanding the money. He had no other choice. He was helpless too. Andre closed his eyes and connected to the virtual universe. He hurriedly contacted his family members. I, young Master Andre, need money urgently. The 2 universe stage martial warriors shook their heads. The show was coming to an end, so they had no reason to stay any longer. They continued searching for oars. The Grandmasters didn't leave, inviting Wang Teng warmly instead. Young friend, why don't you head to the Secondary Career Alliance later to complete the transaction for the lightning essence insect? We don't have this much money on us. No problem. I believe in your characters, Wang Teng replied firmly. You're indeed big-hearted. Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed. He seemed to like Wang Teng. And Lan, _act. Continue acting. He could tell that Wang Ting was putting on a show with these Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. They were on the same side. As expected, Wang Ting was a sly fellow. He wanted to use this method to deceive the crowd. The lightning essence insect belonged to the Secondary Career Alliance on the surface. Wang Ting had smoothly pulled himself out of the picture. No one would think that it still belonged to him. What a good script. Wang Teng glanced at Lan and knew that he had guessed his plan. He gave him a meaningful smile silently. Lan, Omega, there was an unspoken mutual understanding. This young man seems well versed in oars, Sir Eon said with interest. The Grandmasters realized his meaning. Oh right, was Grandmaster Wang Teng well versed in mining skills too? This was a little outrageous. They knew that Wang Ting was a triple-field Grandmaster. If he was skilled in mining, he would have grasped high mastery in 4 fields. How did he do it at such a young age? This was incredible. Was this how a heaven-defying genius was? I was lucky. Wang Teng waved his hand when he saw their expressions. You might not believe me, but I have always been lucky since I was a child. I was able to find money on the ground, so I didn't need my parents to give me pocket money. When I went fishing, I didn't need bait to catch fish. I just can't do anything with my luck. Sir Eon. The Grandmasters. And Lan. Ha ha ha, good luck is a skill too. Sir Eon laughed after a moment of silence. Do you mind if I borrow your luck sometimes to gamble on rocks? Of course not. I'm more than happy to help you. It's just a bit of luck. I don't mind lending it to you. Wang Teng was extremely skilled at talking nonsense. Luck was a mysterious thing, so he wouldn't make promises. Sir Eon was extremely satisfied with Wang Teng's attitude. He didn't care what valuable ores he might get with Wang Teng's luck. The important thing was, he felt respected. The Grandmaster's eyes were shimmering too. Based on their relationship with Wang Teng, it shouldn't be difficult to ask him to help them choose a few ores, right? After some time, the people from the Parker's family hurried over. Andre had lost 4.2 trillion. This wasn't a small sum, so naturally, it alerted many people. 2 people came. Wang Teng recognized one of them. He was the Heaven Stage marital warrior, Sinclaman, whom he met and provoked in the noble family consultation chamber. The other person looked a little like Sinclaman. He was bald like all the other Parker's family members and was tall and muscular. This was also a Heaven Stage martial warrior. The moment they entered, they noticed the Grandmasters and the 3 Universe Stage martial warriors with strong auras. Andre had told them what happened in the virtual universe, So they knew that Wang Ting had sold the lightning essence insect to the secondary career alliance. The Grandmasters were extremely happy and seemed to have high opinions of him. However, their pupils still narrowed when they saw this scene. Grandmasters. Sirs. The two of them came forward to greet the Grandmasters. Both parties nodded politely. Father, Uncle Sinclaman. André greeted them obediently. His face was pale. Yes. André father and Sinclaman were in a bad mood. They glared at him with disappointment and nodded slightly. This stupid child lost 4.2 trillion. They didn't dare to play this big when they were young. André's heart sank when he saw their expression. He was dead. There was no way to save him. Oh, you called your parents. Wang Ting sniggered and teased him. André's face turned black. He wanted to vomit blood. He was like a kid who got caught in a fight and went home crying to look for his father when he couldn't win. Shame started flowing into his heart. André's father and Sinclaman turned and looked in Wang Ting's direction. There was a dangerous glow in their eyes. It's you again. Sinclaman glared at Wang Ting. Look at what you're saying. I don't really want to see your family. Young Master André is the one who came to create trouble for me. Why are you blaming me? Wang Ting shrugged. Sinclaman frowned. He wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the other man. André's father, Valteru, the middle-aged man, introduced himself. Are you here to pay your son's debt? Wang Ting asked. Y'all are still young. Isn't it inappropriate to play so big? Valteru asked calmly. So? Wang Ting squinted and smiled. Before the other party could reply, he continued, Are you trying to welsh on a debt? Is this what the famous Parker's family is like? You do have a sharp tongue, Valteru said calmly without a change in his expression. Brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? He must have tricked André. We can just ignore him, Sinclaman said. Don't frame me if you don't have any evidence. Wang Ting said in disdain, André is the one who wanted to bet with me. I didn't force him to do anything. If you can't afford to lose, don't play in the first place. Don't you find it embarrassing to run away from your debt? You. Sinclaman wanted to smack Wang Ting to death. All right. Valteru waved his hand and said coldly, I have given you the chance. Since you don't want it, I'll give you the money. I hope you don't burn your hands when you accept it. That's my problem, you don't have to worry, Wang Ting replied indifferently. Valteru stopped speaking. He stared at Wang Ting intently with a sharp gaze. Wang Ting looked back without backing down. Brother. Father. Sinclaman and André called him when they realized that he wanted to pay the money. Valteru ignored them though, transferring 4 trillion to Wang Ting's account directly. Let's go. He left with Sinclaman and André. If you want to play again, remember to find me. Wang Ting waved his hands behind them. The 3 men from the Parker's family hastened their pace. 1. Chapter 997, I'll take it as a compliment. The farce finally ended. However, there were strange expressions on the Grandmasters' faces when they saw the Parker's family leave. Wang Ting's words were infuriating. The Grandmasters shook their heads and laughed. Grandmaster Wang Ting was still a young and impulsive man. But they were once young too and didn't find anything wrong about it. Besides, this wasn't Wang Ting's fault. The Parkers were reaping what they sowed. After obtaining the money, Wang Ting didn't tarry and left the den with the Grandmasters. He had made a fortune this time. Not only did he get a huge sum of money that even a universe-stage martial warrior would be envious of, but he also managed to obtain the lightning essence insect. Even Grandmasters would be amazed by his luck. The show must go on. Wang Ting returned to the secondary career alliance with the Grandmasters. Grandmasters, since the matter is over, we shall leave. The 3 universe-stage martial warriors bade farewell and left. Wang Ting asked, Grandmasters, I believe it must have cost a lot to invite 3 universe-stage martial warriors. It's okay. It's just a few favors. Grandmaster Hua Yuan waved his hand. Anyway, thank you, Grandmasters. Wang Ting expressed his gratitude. Ha ha ha. If you want to thank us, Hurry up and refine the 9-essence soul congealing pill. We are all waiting. Grandmaster Alfred laughed. No problem. Are the ingredients ready? We have them all. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Don't underestimate the secondary career alliance's connections and efficiency. It's better to do it now. I'll make the 9-essence soul congealing pills today. Don't you need to take a break? You must have spent a lot of energy today on rock gambling. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was worried. The work of a mining engineer required spirit. Every detail of the ore was the key. If a judgment went wrong, the amount of money lost might be extremely horrifying. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I didn't rest during the Grandmaster assessments, let alone rock gambling. Wang Teng laughed. That's true. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. The other Grandmasters laughed as well. Wang Ting's spiritual power was amazing. He could last so long after such intense consumption. This also meant that he had great potential that had never been seen before. The current contribution was nothing. They were investing in the future for greater returns. Besides, you Grandmasters have helped me so much. I would feel guilty if I don't do anything. Wang Teng smiled bitterly. Don't worry about it. We are all members of the Secondary Career Alliance. There's no one else we would help but you, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Wang Teng remembered this favor in his mind. It didn't matter if the Grandmasters helped him because of his talent or something else. It wasn't easy for anyone to go to such an extent. Ordinary friends couldn't have done that. Afterward, he went to the furnace room that was prepared by Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. The ingredients for the 9-essence soul congealing pill had already been brought over. There were now 3 sets of ingredients, 1 that was left behind previously and 2 that had been recently gathered. Wang Teng didn't have to worry about not having enough 9-essence soul congealing pills to distribute. He got an Lan to wait outside and walked into the furnace room to refine pills. Time passed. A few hours later, dark clouds gathered and thunder clapped. Calamity lightning was here. This time, Wang Ting had spent less time. After going through the process once, he was accustomed to the various steps. It posed no challenge for him. He also refined all the dans in one go instead of doing it 3 times with the 3 sets of ingredients. Looks like it's a success. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others saw that and smiled uncontrollably. They also thought that Wang Ting had only made the first batch. Grandmaster Wang Ting probably had an extremely deep understanding of the 9-essence soul congealing pill. There is no failure, Grandmaster Harrell exclaimed. Boom! Lightning descended from the skies as if it was trying to destroy the pills. Wang Ting couldn't leave them exposed to the lightning. He could only receive it himself. Just like the first time, he used his fists and absorbed the attribute bubbles. It was the first time An Lan saw Wang Ting resisting calamity lightning. His eyes almost popped out, and he thought that this fellow didn't really follow common sense. There were actually alchemists who used their physical bodies to overcome it. It was an eye-opening experience. 10 minutes later, Wang Ting beat the tribulation and smiled. He then returned to the alliance as though nothing had happened. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were a little puzzled when they saw Wang Ting walking out of the furnace room. Grandmasters, it's fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your 9-essence soul congealing pills are ready. They are all done. The Grandmasters couldn't believe their ears. Grandmaster Wang Ting, there are 3 sets of ingredients. Did the staff send less? Grandmaster Hua Yuan was doubtful. Not at all. There were exactly 3 sets, Wang Ting answered calmly. You used all 3 sets of ingredients. Grandmaster Harrell's ears were raised as she looked extremely surprised. That's right. I used them at once. It saves time. Wang Ting nodded. Saves time. All the Grandmasters were speechless. What a good reason. The problem was that Wang Ting wasn't afraid of failure. If he failed, he would have wasted all 3 sets of ingredients. The Grandmasters all exclaimed. No one would have done that if they weren't absolutely confident in their abilities. It wasn't impossible, but it was much more difficult. After all, the number of ingredients was multiplied, and the difficulty of control would increase exponentially as well. There were alchemists who had tried that previously, but the failure rate was over 80%. Ordinary alchemists couldn't afford such losses. The ingredients for many high-class darns were precious and expensive. More importantly, some ingredients were hard to find, some even taking several years. Therefore, no alchemist would dare to risk it. Wang Ting actually managed to make 9 essence soul congealing pills with 3 sets of ingredients at once, and succeeded. It was no wonder that the Grandmasters were shocked. When he took out 3 bottles of 9 essence soul congealing pills, their words got stuck in their throats. They were rendered speechless. Whatever. He succeeded. There was nothing else they could say. Grandmaster Wang Ting, you really gave us a shock. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled bitterly. No worries. I'm confident in making 9 essence soul congealing pills. Wang Ting snickered. After distributing the 9 essence soul congealing pills to all the Grandmasters present, there was still one left. He kept it for himself and bade farewell. Grandmasters, if there is nothing else, I'll go back and cultivate. They had no objections and sent him off at the door. They watched with deep emotions as Wang Teng and Lan left. With Grandmaster Wang Teng around, Great Chen City will be more lively, Grandmaster Alfred exclaimed. I'm afraid the Parker's family wouldn't let Grandmaster Wang Teng off so easily. Grandmaster Harold was worried. That's right. This time, they suffered such a big loss. They wouldn't act as if nothing had happened. But Grandmaster Wang Ting doesn't look like he's worried at all. Grandmaster Wang Ting is still young. Youth knows no fear. It's normal that he isn't afraid of the Parkers. However, his background is much worse than the Parkers family. The Grandmasters discussed with each other. Forget it. If he needs our help, old folks like us can ask for favors and help him. I'm looking forward to his future, Alfred said. Look at this 9 essence soul congealing pill. It's superb. Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the long-sized Dan in the jade bottle in his hand. Well, I have high hopes for him. The Grandmasters glanced at one another and laughed. Wang Teng and Lan returned to Fan Tining's house. He wasn't at home. Neither were his 2 disciples. The duo then decided to count their earnings in the living room. This time, Wang Teng had made a fortune. He made a bet with Andre twice. He won 16 billion the first time. The amount he got afterward was appalling. He got the Danji herb for 520 billion and won 4.2 trillion from Andre, totaling 4.736 trillion. A huge sum like this was something that many Cosmos Stage martial warriors and even Heaven Stage martial warriors would never be able to obtain in their lifetimes. Wang Teng, you can keep the 4.72 trillion for yourself. You can just split the 16 billion accordingly for me, Lan said. What? 4.736 trillion. Are you not tempted? Wang Teng smiled. Of course. How can I not be tempted? But this sum is too huge. I can't take it, and I shouldn't take it. Lan shook his head in pain and said, besides, I didn't really do anything this time. You earned the money all by yourself. Getting 4.8 billion for myself is already a big profit. Fine. I wanted to give you a bit more, considering that you were willing to be my bodyguard. Wang Teng shook his head and said regretfully, is it too late to regret now? Lan's body froze as he said with a bitter face. Are you not afraid of offending the Parkers by being my bodyguard? Sigh, there's nothing I can do. We already signed the contract, and you're the only one who can forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. Lan was helpless. But you really are a troublemaker. I'm not afraid of the Cow family, but the Parkers are a different story. You offended them so much today. They won't let you off. It always feels dangerous to be around you. Lan kept rambling without stopping as he complained about Wang Ting causing trouble. Even if I didn't offend them, they wouldn't let me off. The Parkers are siding with the Cow family, and they don't want me to inherit the title of the Baron, Wang Ting said. I see. Lan frowned and was a little helpless. Speaking of which, you're just a planetary stage martial warrior and you dare to go against them. You're bold. You're the only one I've seen in my life. I'll take it as a compliment. Wang Teng smiled. Oh right. Cao Jiaojiao passed a message from Cao Hongtu. He wants me to meet him at his house tonight. Accompany me there. Seriously? It's clearly going to be a bloodbath. You should go by yourself. And Lan was speechless. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Wang Teng smiled. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. All right, I'll accompany you. Cao Hongtu is a heaven stage martial warrior. As long as it's a heaven stage martial warrior, I'm not afraid. Seeing that Lan was confident, Wang Teng was reassured as well. Now, Cao Hongtu was his biggest enemy. As for the Parker's family, they wouldn't act. At least not on the surface. Once he got the Baron title from Cao Hongtu's hands, it would be much more difficult for the Parkers to deal with him. Wang Teng's eyes became darker as he thought about that. He then transferred Lan's share of the money to him. It wasn't 8 billion. It was rounded up to 6 billion. Although it was peanuts when compared to 7 trillion, Lan was still happy. This made Wang Teng feel that this heaven stage martial warrior wasn't that intimidating. But it was good for him. He was easy to fool. Lan took the money and went out. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Lan glanced back and sighed before leaving in a hurry. The materials of the 1,000 armaments vessel were not all in his hands. Now that he had enough money, he could just buy them instead of searching for them at Unique Treasure Street. This way, it would be faster, and he wouldn't have to take unnecessary risks. Soon, it was night. Wang Ting told Fan Tining about his whereabouts and headed to the original residence of Baron Nangong with Lan. Chapter 998. The real purpose is revealed in the end. Nangong Residence. As a baron's residence, naturally, its architectural specifications were built according to the empire's standards. Despite being low in rank, lodgings of normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to it. The building looked high-tech like it came from a science fiction movie. At the same time, it had the aura of an ancient sculpture. It looked extraordinary at a single glance. There were more than 10 planetary stage martial warriors guarding the entrance. Standing in 2 rows, they gave off a fierce and sharp aura. Their backs were straight like spears. These were martial warriors who had killed before. They weren't ordinary planetary stage martial warriors. They were at the peak of their level. Wang Teng and Lan walked toward the entrance. Please stop, a planetary stage martial warrior blocked their path and ordered in a low voice. Why is Cao Hongtu putting on this show? Doesn't he find it embarrassing? Wang Ting sneered as he scanned the 2 rows of martial warriors. Was he planning to frighten him with these 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors? What was he thinking? He had killed a few celestial stage martial warriors, so the 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were nothing to him. It looked like Cao Hongtu's foundation wasn't very strong. This is the Baron's residence. No outsiders are allowed, the 9th-level planetary stage martial warrior said coldly. Tell Cao Hongtu that I, Wang Teng, am here. Wang Teng snorted. I'll give him 10 seconds to appear. If he doesn't, let him play alone. I'm leaving. The planetary stage martial warrior's expression changed. Lan shook his head. He scoffed at Cao Hongtu's actions. Low class. This wasn't what a heaven stage martial warrior should do. He would never do this. Besides, his opponent was the sly little fox, Wang Teng. He was asking for humiliation with this simple act. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were acting on orders, so they couldn't make decisions. They didn't know what to do. Ha ha ha, peals of laughter were heard at this moment. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ting stood at the entrance and peered inside. He saw a figure appearing 10 meters ahead. This was a lofty and muscular middle-aged man. He had brown curly hair and a stern but sinister face. There was a sharp glow in his inverted triangle eyes. It was impossible for anyone to look directly at them. The aura he exuded was powerful. There seemed to be frightening energy encased within. This was a true heaven stage martial warrior. This person was Cao Hongtu. I should call you junior brother, right? Cao Hongtu walked forward. His voice was loud. I'm just an inheritor. I didn't formally acknowledge him as my master, Wang Teng said calmly. Cao Hongtu's expression froze. But it only lasted for a second. He immediately gave a smile and said, same, both of us inherited our master's legacy. It's not wrong to call you junior brother. All right then, senior brother Cao, Wang Teng said. However, his expression remained indifferent. I apologize for what happened just now. My subordinates were careless and stopped you. Please come in. Cao Hongtu didn't get angry. He raised his hand to welcome Wang Teng inside warmly. Wang Teng didn't harp on the topic. With a nod, he walked inside. This is. Cao Hongtu noticed the person in the grey gown following behind Wang Teng. His gaze turned sharp. This is my bodyguard. I'm a timid person. Many people want my life now, so I feel more at ease with a bodyguard, Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. And Lan felt frustrated. He was indeed a bodyguard, but as a heaven stage martial warrior, he had his ego. Could this brat give him some respect during the next introduction? Cao Hongtu didn't get awkward. He laughed and said, who dares to touch you in Great Chen City? You must be thinking too much. I don't think so. It's better to be careful. No one knows what can happen if you push a dog into a corner. Don't you agree, senior brother Cao? Wang Teng chuckled. Silence. Even with Cao Hongtu's composure, he felt the corners of his mouth trembling. This young brat had a sharp tongue. He was scolding him indirectly. Was he calling him a dog? A heaven stage martial warrior like him was called a dog, yet he couldn't offer a refute. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. Senior brother Cao, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Wang Teng pretended to be ignorant. What's wrong with me? Don't you know the answer? Cao Hongtu felt like cursing, but he maintained his calm expression on the surface. I'm fine. That's good. I thought you were sick. When you get older, you should take good care of your health. Don't be embarrassed just because you're a heaven stage martial warrior. This is human nature, Wang Teng said. F***K. The word got stuck in his throat. He couldn't say it out loud. And Lan had a hard time controlling his laughter. Wang Teng was so evil. He made it sound as if Cao Hongtu was really sick. Cao Hongtu hurriedly changed the topic. If he allowed Wang Teng to continue, he didn't know what he would hear. Your bodyguard isn't simple. He glanced at Lan intently. He's just okay. I found him at random, Wang Teng replied. And Lan? Cao Hongtu didn't know if Wang Teng was acting to fool him or if he was honestly confident. This bodyguard hid his ability well. Even he couldn't see through him. This made things harder to grasp. In the universe, there were many treasures that could help one to conceal one's strength. This bodyguard might be using one of them. Was he a heaven stage or a cosmos stage martial warrior? Based on his research, he knew that Wang Teng came from a faraway planet and had no background. How could he find a heaven stage martial warrior as a bodyguard? Thus, this bodyguard was probably a cosmos stage martial warrior Wang Teng found by offering a heavy reward. He hid his ability so that others couldn't see through him and remain fearful. Cao Hongtu felt that he had guessed the truth. He felt more confident about tackling Wang Teng. This was the effect Wang Teng wanted, hence the reason he asked Lan to hide his ability. At the rock gambling den, Lan hadn't revealed his strength in front of Cao Guan and Cao Jiaojiao. Thus, they had the upper hand. After that, Cao Hongtu started talking randomly as he brought Wang Teng to the living room. The Cao family was waiting for them there. Cao Jiaojiao and Cao Guan were present too, along with other youngsters. They were all Cao Hongtu's descendants. When Cao Jiaojiao and Cao Guan saw Wang Teng, their expressions changed. They had just suffered in his hands. Come, let me introduce everyone. You have met Jiaojiao and Cao Guan. As for the rest, Cao Hongtu introduced the other youngsters. Wang Teng's gaze paused on two people. One was a cosmos stage martial warrior called Cao Wu. The other was only at the 7th or 8th level of the cosmos stage, but he didn't seem like a good person. This young man was called Cao Ling. He looked harder to deal with than Cao Wu. Wang Ting wasn't afraid though. After all, compared to him, these were all a generation smaller. Yes, all my junior nephews are outstanding. He nodded in a composed manner and commented like an elder. The Cao family. There was an eerie silence. They knew that Wang Ting was taking advantage of them, but they couldn't do anything. And Lan gave Wang Ting a strange look. He stood quietly beside him with his head lowered, perfectly playing his role as a bodyguard. Have a seat. Cao Hongtu broke the silence. The atmosphere became lively. Everyone took their seats. Wang Ting was asked to sit beside Cao Hongtu. You can have a seat too. Cao Hongtu looked at An Lan standing behind Wang Ting. No need, An Lan replied coldly in his hoarse voice. After saying these two words, he closed his eyes and remained quiet. A flash of anger appeared in Cao Hongtu's eyes after he got rejected. Though he hid it well. He smiled and nodded. I won't force you. Serve the dishes. Very soon, pretty ladies walked over with the food. Some of these ladies were orcs while others were humans. All of them were around 18 years old and beautiful. Wang Ting felt that Cao Hongtu knew how to enjoy his life. He bought so many beautiful servants to serve him. Soon, delicious food and wine were served. Cao Hongtu asked Wang Ting to have a taste. He kept finding topics during the meal. He was trying to figure out Wang Ting's background. Wang Ting answered all his queries, but he was talking nonsense most of the time. With his skill in bullshitting, it was a piece of cake. I heard about what happened yesterday. Jiao Jiao and Cao Guan were in the wrong, Cao Hongtu suddenly said. It's all right. They're just immature kids. I understand, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. They couldn't do anything to him, so he didn't care. Again, the Cao family. Cao Guan's face turned red. He felt his peers looking at him mockingly. Cao Jiao gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear Wang Ting into pieces. This bastard treated her like a child. This was a humiliation. I'll definitely punish them. Cao Hongtu felt his teeth hurting, but this was all he could say. Yes, you need to teach a child if he's disobedient. Otherwise, he will cause huge trouble, and it will be too late to punish him at that time. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. F***K. Cao Guan was fuming in his heart. Cough, even so, you still offended the Parkers yesterday. This won't benefit you in any way. Cao Hongtu coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He sounded as if he was worried about Wang Ting. It's fine. I took 4 trillion from them, so I won't have to worry about my future. I can enjoy myself and stay in Great Chen City until I die. I won't be going anywhere, Wang Ting said casually. Cao Hongtu was stunned by Wang Ting's words. He didn't know how to reply for a second. He raised his wine glass and took a sip to suppress his exasperation and anger. A smile reappeared on his face. It might be all right for you, but you should think for your parents and your mother planet. The atmosphere froze immediately. The real purpose was revealed at the end. Chapter 999, Senior Brother Cao, do you know what's the price of a heaven stage martial warrior's head? The atmosphere on the dining table froze. Everyone stared at Wang Ting. Cao Hongtu smiled at him as if he was speaking of a normal affair. Cao Guan, Cao Wu, and the others looked over too. They stared at him like a weak little sheep waiting for them to slaughter. Wang Ting squinted. He glanced around him expressionlessly and then turned to look at Cao Hongtu. The atmosphere turned stranger when their eyes met. No one spoke. I heard that you came from a faraway planet in the Olent Federation. I wonder if that's true? Cao Hongtu asked calmly. Senior brother, you're quite well informed. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he remained expressionless. You're my junior brother after all. I have to take care of you, Cao Hongtu replied with a smile. I guess I need to thank you, Wang Ting said. Oh right, I also heard that you have some grudges with the Olent Federation. I've already sent a letter to them to help you mediate this matter. I think my name is still quite useful, Cao Hongtu looked at Wang Ting intently as he spoke. Wang Ting's heart sank instantly. He didn't believe that Cao Hongtu would be so kind-hearted and help him. His real aim was to let the Olent Federation attack Earth on his behalf. Damn it, this old fellow was sinister. They couldn't do anything to him, but they could deal with Earth. The fortunate thing was, Wang Ting set a spaceshift array before he left. If the worst thing happened, Earth would be able to shift away using this array. Based on the normal route, it would take 2.5 months from the Olent Federation to Earth. If Cao Hongtu wanted to send a letter to the Olent Federation, it would take 3 to 4 months to and fro. Wang Ting knew the shortest route, so he would only need a little more than a month to travel there. He could catch up with them. This wasn't the worst that could happen. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He calmed down and looked at the smiling Cao Hongtu. He gave him a good man card. Senior brother Cao, you're a good person. Silence. Cao Hongtu was stunned. He felt that Wang Ting was cursing him, but he had no evidence. He was also confused, wondering why Wang Ting didn't seem worried at all. Or was he just putting up a strong front? Junior brother, it's not easy for you to leave your hometown and travel so far. Do you need me to send them a message? Cao Hongtu asked as the gears of his mind turned. Wait until you find them. Wang Ting smiled gently. Cao Hongtu frowned uncontrollably. What does that mean? Did Wang Ting hide his parents beforehand? Based on his investigation of Wang Ting, this was highly possible. Cao Hongtu's face turned black. This was a little out of his expectations. My parents and family are on a faraway planet. They're not easy to locate, unlike your family whom you can see every day. You're a lucky man, Wang Ting glanced at him and said. His voice was calm and his smile was scorching. However, his gaze was indifferent, as if he was talking about a bunch of dead people. Silence ensued again. All the members of the Cao family were staring at Wang Ting. Their expressions didn't look good. Threat. Wang Ting was threatening their entire family. Everyone found this unbelievable. They were gloating a second ago because Cao Hongtu had found Wang Ting's weakness and could use this to control him. Yet he didn't buy it, threatening them instead. They had to admit that Wang Ting was bold. However, many people didn't take it to heart. Not everyone could threaten the Cao family. To them, Wang Ting was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Even if he was a little more powerful, at the end of the day, he was just at the planetary stage. How dare a planetary stage martial warrior threaten them? What a joke. If it wasn't for his identity, they could kill him easily. Contempt was evident in the Cao family's eyes. They were mocking Wang Ting for overestimating himself. Don't look at me like that. I have no other intention. Don't misunderstand me. Wang Ting ignored their ridicule. He waved his hand and smiled. Oh right, senior brother Cao, you have been staying in Great Chen City for a long time, so you must be familiar with the prices here. How much does the head of a heaven stage martial warrior cost? The crowd's expression changed instantly. What a ruthless fellow. He wanted to offer a reward for Cao Hongtu's life. He had more than 4 trillion in his bank. This was enough to buy the lives of every member of the Cao family. Everyone's mood turned sour. Cao Hongtu felt his heart throbbing. He was roaring in anger in his mind. If he could, he would have slapped Wang Ting to death. This bastard was definitely talking about him. Senior brother, why's your face so black? Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Don't think too much. I earned a huge sum recently and have nowhere to spend it. So, I want to find something exhilarating to enjoy myself. The Cao family. To hell with having too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you don't know how to spend it, we can help you. The Cao family complained helplessly in their hearts. Earning money isn't easy. You should save it. You won't be this lucky every time and earn 4 trillion. This money is enough for you to rise to the cosmos stage and even the heaven stage. Spend it wisely, Cao Hongtu said. Senior brother Cao is right. I'll spend it wisely, Wang Ting laughed and said. Ha ha ha. Cao Hongtu laughed too. I'm just reminding you. Young people like you shouldn't spend money willy-nilly. Come, junior brother, here's a toast to you. Senior brother, I should be the one offering a toast. They started raising their cups and toasting each other without mentioning what happened. The battle of words officially came to an end. More than an hour later, Wang Teng left the Cao family. Cao Hongtu personally sent him to the door. The faces of the members of the Cao family turned gloomy after he left. This meal was supposed to be a trap. Cao Hongtu was supposed to warn him with earth and force him to give up the baron's title. But in the end, they didn't achieve their goal and even got threatened instead. They were in a bad mood. Even Cao Hongtu was afraid of the 4 trillion reward for his head. Father, what do we do now? Cao Ling asked after observing Cao Hongtu's expression. Let's wait for news from the noble family consultation chamber, Cao Hongtu said coldly without any expression. The smile during the meal was gone. What about the Parkers? Cao Ling asked again. Jiao Jiao, Cao Guan, follow me to the Parkers tomorrow. Cao Guan's face turned pale. Father. Cao Jiaojiao's face turned grim too. She had a bad premonition. Jiao Jiao, I know that Andre likes you. I'll make the decision this time and discuss this matter with Sir Valteru. Prepare yourself, Cao Hongtu after a moment of silence. Cao Jiaojiao's expression changed. Her face turned extremely pale under the night sky. Cao Hongtu didn't give her a chance to speak, disappearing on the spot. Sister, congratulations. Cao Ling chuckled. That's the Parkers family. After you marry young Master Andre, don't forget about your siblings. Go away. Cao Jiaojiao's expression turned ugly. She snorted and went to her room. Cao Ling froze, his face turning green. Don't you know that Jiao Jiao is a lady with thoughts of her own? Cao Wu shook his head and said. She can't be stubborn this time. Marrying Andre is her fate. She'll understand it in the future. Cao Ling scoffed. Cao Wu sighed, but he didn't say anything. The Cao family parted in discord. No one noticed that Cao Guan was scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly. Well, maybe no one cared about him. After leaving the Cao family, Wang Teng and An Lan walked toward Fan Tining's house. As Wang Teng's bodyguard, An Lan would be following Wang Teng. Thus, he would also be living in Fan Tining's house. Wang Ting had already told Fan Tining about this, and he was happy to host An Lan. After all, An Lan was a heaven stage martial warrior. This gave him a chance to make friends with him. Wang Ting, are you really going to put down a 4 trillion reward for Cao Hongta's head? An Lan asked curiously along the way. What do you think? Actually, many people will do it for 1 trillion. Oh, someone will do it for 1 trillion? Wang Teng was surprised. He wouldn't use 4 trillion to get Cao Hongta's head. It wasn't worth it. He wasn't stupid. But he didn't think that it would be cheap. He didn't mind spending this money if he needed to. Of course. I will, An Lan said seriously. You. Wang Teng stared at him strangely. Tell me honestly, were you thinking of killing him on the dining table just now? The details don't matter. Why don't you consider this option? An Lan smiled in embarrassment and asked excitedly. Let me think about it. If things reach that stage, I'll look for you first, Wang Teng promised. He didn't reject the offer. 1 trillion for Cao Hongta's head was a good bargain. It's decided then. An Lan's gaze turned dangerous. Settled. An eerie chuckle echoed in the night sky. Cao Hongtu didn't know that these 2 lawless fellows had already made a pact related to him so easily. They were totally looking down on him. In the Nangong residence, Cao Hongtu sneezed after he returned to his study. He frowned. What's wrong? A strange feeling flashed in his heart. He wanted to grasp it but didn't discover anything. He shook his head and activated a mechanism. A pitch-black hole opened on the ground, where a flight of stone stairs linked straight underground. Cao Hongtu walked down the stairs and stopped in front of a metal door. He stared at it for a long time, his expression turning hideous. He looked like a madman. You deserve to die. If you had given me the inheritance, there wouldn't be so many problems. Chapter 1000, This is inhuman. The next day, Wang Ting didn't go out and farmed attributes in the virtual universe. He was about to advance to the celestial stage. And Lan finally gathered all the materials needed to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel and handed them over to Wang Ting. When can we start forging this? And Lan rubbed his hands and asked. Let's do it now. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't like delays. Since the materials were ready, he wanted to forge it as soon as possible. By doing so, and Lan could also do his best to be his bodyguard. Anyway, it wasn't a difficult thing for him. Now, and Lan was a bit surprised. He only wanted to get the 1,000 armaments vessel as soon as possible so that he would be stronger. However, he didn't expect that Wang Ting would forge it today. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a complicated design and forging it would prove to be a challenging task. Otherwise, the other blacksmiths wouldn't have rejected him. Wang Ting only had the blueprints for 2 short days. Had he fully comprehended it? Wang Ting didn't explain anything and prepared to head over to the Secondary Career Alliance. And Lan was full of questions, but he didn't probe when the other party didn't say anything. They took the Rune Energy flying car and headed straight to the Secondary Career Alliance. Wang Ting applied for a smithery studio, and the staff quickly arranged one for him. In less than 5 minutes, a smithery studio that was dedicated to Grandmaster blacksmiths was vacated. The staff said attentively, Grandmaster, Smithery Studio 036 is ready. The access has been sent to your account. You can use it straight away when you arrive. You can contact me if you have any other instructions. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. Alliance contribution points were required to use a smithery studio. Contribution points could be obtained by completing missions from the Secondary Career Alliance. When Fan Tining and the others recommended Wang Ting to the Alliance, they were rewarded with many contribution points. Around half of them were given to Wang Ting, which was why he wasn't lacking in contribution points for now. Wang Ting and An Lan then headed to the smithery studio. After they left, a few lady staff started chattering. That Grandmaster is so young. Some Grandmasters are not weak in martial arts. They just look young, but their real age would be old. No, I took a peek just now. This Grandmaster is really young. Guess how old is he? The female staff who served Wang Ting asked. 50 or 60? A fox race girl guessed. Guess again. The female staff giggled. Hurry up. Don't keep us hanging. How can we guess the answer? The fox race girl urged. That's right. Tell us. Otherwise, we will have to resort to violence. A slightly plump Tauren girl had already stretched out her arms to tickle her. No, don't. I'll say it. I'll say it. The female staff who served Wang Ting quickly begged for mercy and said mysteriously, I saw that he was 20 years old. 20? No way, are you kidding me? Did you see it wrongly? He's 200 years old and you missed a 0? My eyes aren't that bad. The female staff member pushed up her glasses. Silence. Wang Ting didn't know that the staff members were talking about him. When he and An Lan reached the smithery studio, he didn't immediately enter it. He walked around outside the smithery studio. The entire area was full of smithery studios, with many blacksmiths forging in them. There were many attribute bubbles waiting for him. Wang Ting's goal was these attribute bubbles. His smithery skill was a little short of forging the 1,000 armaments vessel. This was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. Collect. Smithery *30 smithery *50 smithery *150 smithery *60 smithery *120. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into knowledge and experience, enhancing his blacksmith mastery. These attribute bubbles were from master blacksmiths, which was why the amount was relatively lower. Only attribute bubbles that were dropped by grandmasters would have a higher value. This was something that Wang Ting just discovered. It was the same when he was picking up alchemy attribute bubbles. When he was just a master alchemist, the value of some attribute bubbles dropped by the master level was relatively large, but after becoming a grandmaster, the attributes dropped by the alchemists below the master level were reduced. Even so, Wang Ting's blacksmith attribute had improved a lot. Blacksmith, 5580 10,000, Grandmaster, Wang Ting felt the extent of his attainments, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he nodded to himself. Enough. It was more than enough to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. He then entered the smithery studio. Just as he was about to close the door, he turned and asked Lan, "Do you want to come in and have a look?" Lan was still wondering what Wang Ting was up to just now when he suddenly heard his voice. "Can I?" A blacksmith's forging process is supposed to be a secret. "It's nothing. You're not a blacksmith. You wouldn't be able to process much of it anyway," Wang Ting answered casually. "Then I'll take a look." Lan nodded quickly. Wang Ting then brought him into the smithery studio. "Take out the materials." Wang Ting stood in front of the smithing table. Lan immediately took the materials out and placed them on the smithing table. He then backed away to one side and stared at Wang Ting. He was actually very curious about the forging process. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him in. Wang Ting didn't care either. His eyes swept across the materials in front of him, and he had an idea. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a total of 360 parts and needed 108 different materials. It was considered a lot for a Grandmaster-level weapon. It was naturally complicated. Wang Ting went through the blueprint in his mind. Using his spiritual power, he then sent a material known as cold essence iron into the fire. Boom! Green flames erupted, and the raging flames immediately wrapped the cold essence iron. Cold essence iron was an ice element metal and was extremely difficult to smelt. However, under the high temperature of the emerald glazed flame, it quickly turned into a pool of molten iron. Lan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this. Divine flame. His heart was trembling as he took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to keep calm. His eyes were fixed on Wang Ting as if he was trying to see through him. A planetary stage martial warrior actually possessed a thing like that. Who was this guy? Wang Ting no longer paid attention to him once he started forging. One by one, the materials were placed into the emerald glazed flames and melted into liquid forms. Due to the large number of materials, the refining process took up to 5 hours. To a heaven stage martial warrior like Lan, 5 hours was nothing. He even found it too fast. If it was another blacksmith, he couldn't have been able to finish refining in such a short time. Once all the materials were refined, Wang Ting started to fuse them. However, he wasn't going to fuse all the materials into one. He needed to perform 360 different fusions. He had to fuse 108 different materials according to the different ratios and compositions indicated on the blueprint. Some parts needed 2 or 3 materials, while others needed more than a dozen. The crimson constellation bronze that Lan and Wang Ting went to buy was one of the main ingredients. It needed to be fused with other materials to produce over 130 different parts and also the most vital part of the main body. This process was the first challenge in forging the 1,000 armaments vessel. Lan had studied the blueprint of the 1,000 armaments vessel himself, and he knew that this process was extremely difficult. He couldn't help but get nervous. He stopped guessing Wang Ting's identity and focused on the fusion process. Pest! Pest! Swoosh! Harsh sounds echoed in the quiet smithery studio. Time passed little by little, and one by one, the parts appeared on the smithing table. Wang Ting controlled the temperature and allowed the fused parts to cool down slowly and return to a solid state while continuing to fuse the other parts. He was multitasking. Lan was anxious as he observed. He almost wanted to pin Wang Ting down on the ground. This fellow is too reckless. Can't he just fuse the parts one by one? Why does he have to do it all at once? What's the point of showing off your skills to a layman like me? Lan was cursing in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Wang Ting. After fusing for more than 8 hours, all the parts appeared on the smithing table. Lan could finally heave a sigh of relief. His eyes were full of amazement as he looked at Wang Ting. He was filled with admiration. What a monster! He used such a method to reduce the fusing time from 2 days to 8 hours. It was inhuman. However, his surprise was not over yet. What Wang Ting did next caused him to widen his eyes. 9 smithing hammers flew over under Wang Ting's control and started forging the parts one by one. He had people prepare these smithing hammers for him in advance. Back then, the staff member felt strange. He didn't know why Wang Ting needed so many hammers. However, they didn't dare to ask a grandmaster too many questions. Forging the parts of the 1,000 armaments vessel was unlike forging the lightning slap. These parts were small, and one smithing hammer was enough for one part. The 9 smithing hammers were forging 9 parts in one go. The hammers hammered rhythmically while Wang Ting just sat by the side without lifting a finger. And Lan didn't know how to express his emotions anymore. There was a complicated look on his face. Although he had never seen a blacksmith forge, Wang Ting was the only one who forged the way he did. No blacksmith dared to divide their attention. That would only increase the chances of failure. Moreover, a blacksmith's spirit was very limited, and it was difficult to maintain such an intense output. In other words, this was inhuman. Time passed slowly, and several hours went by. When the billets appeared in front of him, Lan had a dreamy feeling. It felt incredible. Chapter 1001, Terrifying Heaven Stage Martial Warriors _ a total of 360 parts were placed neatly on the smithing table, exuding a sharp glow. One could tell how dangerous they were just from that. The 1,000 armaments vessel was a spiritual weapon. Every single part was a weapon by itself. Once they were combined, the effects would be amplified by more than 10 times. It was an amazing artifact. From the design point of view, it was similar to Wang Ting's shooting star spiral. They were both a combination of spiritual weapons, but the power of the 1,000 armaments vessel was much greater than the shooting star spiral. Every part is like a piece of art. And Lan couldn't help but lean forward. His eyes were glistening as he asked in disbelief, "Are you done already? Don't be impatient. I haven't carved the runes yet. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Just make it the best." He paused and asked another question. "Oh right, are you going to carve the runes yourself?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded and started carving the runes without any hesitation. And Lan felt that he had asked a stupid question. Wang Ting was a triple field grandmaster. Was he supposed to ask another grandmaster to help him instead of doing it himself? But when he saw Wang Ting starting the carving process immediately without any rest, he felt the corners of his lips twitching. "Why don't we rest first? I'm not in a hurry," and Lan said. "Don't disturb me. If my hand twitches and I carve wrongly, all the efforts will be in vain. Don't blame me at that time." Wang Ting threw a glance at him. "Okay, I'll keep quiet." And Lan immediately retreated to the side, not daring to say another word. Wang Ting ignored him. The emerald glazed flame made an appearance again and enveloped the 360 different parts. This was the last step. At the same time, he started carving the parts using his spiritual power. Runes started landing on the components of the 1,000 armaments vessel, forming bizarre and dense patterns. Under the nourishment of the flames, the runes glowed brightly. The different parts started to look more holy and divine, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Before the 1,000 armaments vessel was completed, it was already showing off its formidable power. And Lan stared at it with an intense gaze. He was getting more and more excited. 1,000 armaments vessel. 1,000 armaments vessel. He had been thinking about this weapon for a long time. Finally, his wish was coming true. More than an hour later, all 360 parts had been carved with runes. Along with a faint glow, they floated in the flame like exquisite pieces of art. These parts were of different shapes and sizes. Some were shaped like a dagger while others looked like long swords. A few even seemed like tiny flying needles. They might look similar, but they were actually different parts. At this moment, the forces in the surroundings ignited and started to get restless. "Assemble." Wang Ting's gaze shimmered as he shouted in a low tone. The different parts started moving. Turning into rays of light, they shot toward the center. Instantly, a dazzling black light appeared, making it hard to see what was happening inside. Boom! The force trembled violently, and the black light soared into the sky like a huge pillar. The dome of the smithery studio opened slowly. A blurry weapon rose into the sky within the pillar of black light. Success. And Lan raised his head in happiness. Boom. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Terrifying thunder clapped and shook in the entire city. The passers-by stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. The lightning calamity caused by the secondary career alliance seemed a little frequent recently. Wang Ting retracted his spiritual power and emerald-glazed flame. What are you doing here? Go and handle the lightning calamity. Oh, right. And Lan regained his senses, his expression changing. He tapped the ground with his feet and shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was afraid that his 1,000 armaments vessel would get damaged if he was a step too late. Finally, I don't have to handle the lightning calamity myself. Wang Ting shook his head and gloated. I wonder if An Lan can withstand it. Wang Ting looked at the dark sky. It was getting blacker and blacker by the second, with numerous bolts of lightning flickering and adding a dreary atmosphere. The calamity lightning power within was a few times more terrifying than the ones he met in the past. But An Lan was a heaven stage martial warrior. The lightning calamity shouldn't be a problem for him. He sat down on a chair and took out a spiritual fruit. He watched this rare lightning calamity show happily. In the past, he was the one in the sky being watched by others. Now, it was finally his turn to enjoy the action. Boom! The dark clouds became extremely thick, and a bolt of lightning struck down. It shot right toward the 1,000 armaments vessel in the black pillar of light. An Lan was dressed in a black robe because he didn't want anyone to recognize him. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the bolt of calamity lightning in the sky. A ray of force glow streaked out from his finger. It paled in comparison to the lightning calamity. However, when the finger-sized force glow collided with the lightning, it shattered it instantly and continued soaring into the dark clouds. The dark clouds felt provoked. Lightning force churned in the sky and gathered into another bolt of lightning, striking down again. Boom! The finger-sized force glow smashed into the second bolt of lightning, causing a thunderous explosion. The second calamity lightning disintegrated. The force glow disappeared too. F***K. Wang Ting cursed uncontrollably with wide eyes. One finger was enough to destroy 2 bolts of lightning. Was this how terrifying a heaven stage martial warrior was? Impressive. Exceptional. Wang Ting finally understood how powerful heaven stage martial warriors were. He didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. At first, when he heard that 1 trillion was enough to deal with a heaven stage martial warrior, he regarded them as nothing. Well, he was too young. If he honestly provoked a heaven stage martial warrior, he might get pinched to death without him knowing. At the same time, the people watching the scene outside were flabbergasted too. A heaven stage martial warrior. A heaven stage martial warrior acted personally. This weapon must belong to this heaven stage martial warrior. That's why he acted. They weren't the only ones watching this show. An Lan's appearance had attracted the attention of many other heaven stage martial warriors. Gazes shifted in his direction from all corners of the city. I wonder which heaven stage martial warrior he is. This is an extraordinary weapon. It's a top-tier weapon even among the heaven-level weapons. Which Grandmaster blacksmith crafted this? All the heaven stage martial warriors were observing in the dark. They were a little envious when they saw the 1,000 armaments vessel in the pillar of light. An Lan noticed their gazes, but he didn't care. He placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely confident and relaxed. Finally, the aura of a heaven stage martial warrior exuded from his body. No one dared to underestimate him. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. But soon, he shifted his gaze away and focused on the attribute bubbles on the ground. These attribute bubbles were dropped after the calamity lightning disintegrated. He pulled them over with his spiritual power. Constellation Force, Lightning, *300 Constellation Force, Lightning, *410 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *60 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *45 Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles happily. The third bolt of calamity lightning was formed and struck down. Boom! This bolt of calamity lightning was thick and huge. Countless silver sparks shimmered around it, spreading through the sky like spider webs. An Lan snorted. He only lifted his finger when the bolt of lightning was inches away from his head. The bolt of lightning was like a lightning dragon. It was enormous. Enlan's finger landed directly on its head. The entire world seemed to pause for a second. Then, the lightning dragon fell apart inch by inch and shattered into pieces. Before everyone could react, the fourth and fifth bolts of lightning landed simultaneously. They crashed towards Enlan with astonishing power. Wang Ting frowned slightly, his expression turning a little grim. The last two bolts of lightning were much more powerful than the first three bolts. Just one was comparatively stronger than all three bolts of lightning combined. However, Enlan remained extremely calm. He didn't use any other methods and raised his finger. Boom! Powerful and boundless energy flowed out of his body. The energy transformed into a giant golden dragon under the help of an invisible force and charged toward the lightning bolt. Spiritual power. Wang Teng was stunned. Indeed, Enlan was a divine spirit master. When he asked him to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, Wang Teng guessed that Enlan was a divine spirit master. He had hit the mark. Boom! Enlan's giant golden force dragon collided with the lightning calamity, the explosion creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire sky seemed to be trembling. No one expected that the standstill would only last for a split second. The lightning calamity couldn't withstand the attack of the golden force dragon and collapsed into tiny sparks, forming a sea of lightning sparks in the sky. The force dragon passed through the sea of lightning and dashed right into the clouds. Boom! The dark clouds erupted without any warning, as if they were torn apart by a formidable force. They disappeared without a trace. The sky regained its brightness. Silence. There was dead silence. Enlan didn't care about the others' reactions. He stretched out his hand and kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. Then, he disappeared. The people below finally reacted in time. They gasped in surprise. So strong. That was a divine spirit master. That martial warrior must be at the peak of Heaven Stage. The other Heaven Stage martial warriors observing in the dark started mumbling to themselves with a stern expression. They were gauging Enlan's ability. Wang Teng exclaimed at Enlan's might. He felt fortunate that he had managed to find such a strong bodyguard for himself. This was a good bargain. Heaving a sigh of relief, he scanned his surroundings and silently picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He mustn't waste these attribute bubbles Enlan had worked hard to drop. Constellation Force, Lightning, *800 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *120 Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning *105 Constellation Force, Lightning, *1000 Constellation Force, Lightning, *900 Constellation Force, Metal, *3200 Celestial Realm Spirit *1200 So many. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with happiness. He didn't expect such a good harvest. He counted his gains and realized he got 4,300 points of Constellation Lightning Force, 3,200 points of Constellation Metal Force, 480 points of Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning, and 1,200 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Constellation Metal Force, 81,000 90,000, Planetary Stage 9th Level, Constellation Lightning Force, 225,000 50,000, Planetary Stage 5th Level. He had been fighting star beasts in the virtual universe whenever he was free, so his metal force had already reached the 9th level. He would be able to advance to the celestial stage soon. As for the lightning force, it was a rare mutated force. It was still at the 5th level even though it had risen greatly. Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning, 610,000, first rank. Then, there was the Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning. After a few rounds of lightning calamity, Wang Teng accumulated many calamity lightning attributes. 600 points were many times more than before. He looked at the attributes panel. This was only the first rank. Would there be stronger calamity lightning in the future? However, one rank required 10,000 points. This was a little tough. Lightning calamity wasn't easy to get. Wang Teng shook his head dejectedly. He looked at the last attribute. Spirit, 9,550,000, Celestial Realm. This time, he had received 1,200 points of the Celestial Realm Spirit at once. His spirit went forward by a little step. This was a sizable number. In the past, he had never collected this much celestial realm attribute at once. As expected of a divine spirit master. Only a divine spirit master could drop these many attribute bubbles. It looked like he would have to get more attribute bubbles from divine spirit masters in the future. If not, he would have to waste much time to raise his spirit attribute. The only problem was, divine spirit masters weren't easy to find, especially powerful ones. Wang Ting touched his chin. His gaze landed on Lan, looking extremely happy. Chapter 1002, A Small World. Your gaze is a little strange, Lan commented as he walked over, noticing Wang Teng's expression. Really? I don't think so. You're thinking too much. Wang Teng felt that a heaven stage martial warrior was indeed extremely vigilant. He restrained his expression and shook his head sternly. No. Lan didn't believe him. He felt that Wang Ting was up to no good. You're a heaven stage martial warrior. What can a planetary stage nobody like me do to you? Wang Ting felt speechless. Who knows? You're a sly little fellow. Lan pouted. Hey, what are you saying? I just helped you craft the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now, you're trying to push me away? Are you kicking me to the curb because I'm not useful anymore? Wang Ting asked angrily. Cough, don't make me sound so heartless. Since you helped me forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, I'll keep my promise. HMPH, heartless, Wang Ting snorted. Silence. Heartless your head. You sound as if we have some indecent relationship. Let me have a look at this 1,000 armaments vessel. I haven't observed it carefully, so I don't know its quality, Wang Ting said. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed Lan's thoughts going astray. He hurriedly changed the topic. Lan stretched out his hand, and a black rectangular box appeared on his palm. The 1,000 armaments vessel was 3 feet long and a foot wide. Nothing much could be seen on the surface except many complicated rune patterns. They looked mysterious and magical. Its real power would only be displayed after segmenting the vessel into its various parts. To a divine spirit master, this was an extremely powerful weapon. I can win against any heaven stage martial warrior with it, Lan smiled and said. He was in a great mood. Oh! Wang Teng was shocked. He didn't think that Lan possessed such ability. Heaven stage martial warriors were formidable characters. Every one of them had the ability to destroy a planet. If they gave it their all, they could cause mass destruction. Yet, Lan was saying he could defeat any heaven stage martial warriors. What kind of idea was this? Wang Teng didn't dare to think. While he was immersed in astonishment, a message popped up on his wristwatch. Wang Teng, there's a message from the noble family consultation chamber. Round Ball's stern voice sounded in his mind. It was overlooking Wang Teng's identity account, so it knew the content of the message. Trial. Wang Teng's gaze turned serious as he hazarded a guess. Yes, they've come up with the final trial content. You need to go over now. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. What is it? Lan asked when he noticed something amiss with Wang Teng's expression. The noble trial is about to start. It looks like your battle with Cao Hongtu is about to officially start. Lan frowned. I don't think I can help with your trial. Let's take a look first. Wang Teng walked out of the Smithery studio. They left the Secondary Career Alliance and boarded a Rune Energy flying car to head to the Empire Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber and saw a figure standing at the entrance from afar. This was the guardian of the Noble Family Consultation Chamber, Ming Cheng, whom Wang Teng had met once. You're here. Guardian Ming Cheng. Wang Teng nodded and bowed. The elders are waiting for you. Please follow me, Ming Cheng said. He glanced at Lan and continued, your friend won't be able to enter. He can only wait in the lobby. Wang Ting hesitated before nodding. He used voice transmission to speak to Lan. Then, he followed Ming Cheng to the 9th floor. Everyone was waiting in an ancient grand hall. The difference this time was, Cao Guan wasn't the one representing the Cao family. It was Cao Hongtu. Sinclairman wasn't representing the Parkers family either. Instead, Andre's father, Valteru, had taken his place. As for the other families, Wang Teng didn't recognize them. But he didn't pay much attention to them last time, so he wasn't familiar with them. He followed Ming Cheng in. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, their intentions unclear. His seat was still opposite the Cao family. The head of the chamber nodded at Wang Teng and said, "Have a seat." Wang Teng sat down and met Cao Hongtu's gaze, who even gave him a smile. "Wang Teng, the chamber has decided to split this trial into 2 parts. The elder went directly to the point. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He looked at the elder and listened carefully. The Empire's Baron title is an extraordinary title. The person holding it must possess great potential, ability, and intelligence. The first trial will aim to test your potential. To be a Baron, you need to at least be at the Cosmos stage. For that, you must have Emperor-level talent." Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. "The first test isn't so difficult. I just need to have Emperor-level talent. The second trial will test your ability and intelligence. After some careful consideration, we've decided to send you to the Flaming River World for this trial," the elder continued slowly. "The Flaming River World?" Wang Teng was confused. "What is the Flaming River World?" The head of the chamber noticed Wang Ting's confusion and explained, "The Flaming River World is a small world left behind by a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage after he died." It was a simple explanation. There was nothing else. A world left behind by a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He was dumbfounded. He understood what a universe stage martial warrior represented after entering the universe. People at that level grasped a part of the origin of the world. They possessed a small fraction of the ability to create a world, but the world they created wouldn't be complete. Hence, it was called a small world. You could only become a universe martial warrior if you managed to create your own small world. After a universe stage martial warrior died, the small world in their bodies would normally perish along with them. However, there was a slight chance that it might survive. The probability was small, so every single small world left was precious. The small worlds were all created based on the real world. There were many fortuitous encounters inside, and some universe stage martial warriors even hid their treasures there. This was a good trial ground. Normally, after these small worlds were discovered, they would become the training ground for various factions. Their disciples would get the chance to enter these worlds to gain experience. The Flaming River World was one such small world possessed by the Great Qian Empire. Also, Cao Hongtu has achieved many military exploits, so he does have the right to inherit the Baron's title. We can't deprive him of this right. The head opened his mouth again after a moment of silence. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. His heart sank. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,